Paralyze my heart. Don't wanna feel your touch like ice, tracing all my scars. Why is it hurt on the inside? It's unforgivable, but I forgive you every time. Hard to let it go, 'cause we're intertwined. I break you, you break me, but something about it makes us so, baby. Every piece keeps us together in the cold. I break you, you break me, holding our love in chains of gold. I break you, you break me, holding our love in chains of gold. Frozen in my dream, I can't escape the thoughts of you. If I try to leave, when I'm with you I can't move. It's unforgivable, but I forgive you every time. Hard to let it go, 'cause we're intertwined. I break you, you break me, but something about it makes us whole, baby. Every piece keeps us together in the cold. I break you, you break me, holding our love in chains of gold. I break you, you break me, holding our love in chains of gold.
Infinite power, infinite power, infinite power, infinite power, infinite power, infinite power. Infinite power. Infinite power. Infinite power. Power. Infinite power.
All I wanna do is to put my arms around you and watch these moments fall back into place. All I wanna do is to make you stop and love me. How can I be blue when you catch me in these feelings like okay. I love you, I do need you, I do love you, I do need you, I love you, I do need you, oh, I love you, I do need you, oh, I love you, I do need you, I do love you, I do need you, I love you, I do need you, oh, I love you, I do need you. All I wanna do is to put my arms around you and watch these moments fall back into place. All I wanna do is to make you stop and love me. How can I be blue when you catch me in these feelings like okay. I love you, I do, I need you, I do, I love you, I do, I need you, I love you, I do, I need you, oh, I love you, I do, need you, oh, I love you, I do, need you, I do, I love you, I do, need you, I love you, I do, need you, oh, I love you, I do, need you. Waiting for the flag to fall here. Now, cutting through the rolling fog.
Bell's gotta go now. What a great pinch by Burrito. That ball's all the way back to the outside. And now Wolf sends it back to the other. What a great shot! Holy cow, Conway!
Ball. They're making them question whether they can go for it or not. Leapers top shelf is good. Ball forced overtime at least. Give them a second leg. Holy no! Is he gonna do it?
In the way, opportunity for the demolition. Can they put it on net? The shot coming in play.
Oh my goodness! The touch. Biglio, are you going to do something insane?
Into an even contest. Oh, what a pitch! They score! Oh, that was just.
Control this, get it up high off the backboard, push it up toward the middle, trying to get another touch. Do we have it? Unbelievable play right there.
No question here, but right off a kickoff again. H count off the backboard. Count! You could not stop.
Challenging Boog just booms it right into the waiting hands of Lyrics, who finds the angle.
8 goals scored so far, 4 apiece for both Seattle and Utah. Now 5 on that redirect by
Kansas City just has to play the way they've been playing. This one. What a
Right to the pass Nixon, but Nixon is on it with speed. Gets a bump on one of the last defenders. Sky Zero cleared out. Uses a lot of boost to touch it again and does. Potentially another one. Unique.
Oh, that could be the game!
And it's it!
Oh my gosh, San Diego coming back!
Yesterday, we started with 8 teams and the field has been cut in half. The absolute amazing day that we had yesterday saw UR take most of the plaudits as they had both of their teams qualify through to the semi-finals today, whereas FDL, the creators, unfortunately fell to their demise. A lot is going to happen today. I can guarantee you that. We have 2 semi-finals and a grand final to get to. But first, you can see already that I am not on my own. To my left is the man who basically is the reason that we are all here. The creator of Community Clash. He's been all over the place. He's been in every 4 league in his career, as well as some college Rocket League. And he is here today to shed some light on the Community Clash itself. Welcome to the pre-jump, Chris with a K. How are you today?
I am doing fantastic. It has been an awesome weekend so far, and we've still got 3 matches to find out who is going to be the first inaugural winner of the Community Clash. And I am looking forward to it, Rhino Boy. Thank you for being the host, and how are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing very well, thank you. Honored to be hosting the first ever Community Clash. Absolutely. It's been a joy, and I cannot wait to see what happens for the rest of this evening. Speaking of which, if you were not here yesterday, my goodness, did you miss a treat? Because let's have a quick look at the bracket, and I'll go over how the Community Clash is set up. So all matches will be best of 5 until that grand final tonight at 9:30, which will be a best of 7. Each game in each match will rotate between 3v3 and 2v2. In our best of 5s, that's at 7 and 8:15, there will be 3 threes games and 2 twos games, and in the grand final there will be 4 threes games and 3 twos games. Works in this orientation. Game 1 is threes. Games 1, 3, and 5 are threes. Games 2 and 4 are twos. Obviously, game 6 then goes to twos in the grand final, and game 7 is threes. As well as that, as you saw, in round one, all first seed teams from each league will play a second seed team from a different league, and it is impossible for both teams from a league to play each other unless they both make it to the grand finals, which, Chris, is a situation that we could see happening with United Rogue.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, United Rogue, they've got the top, echelon of all the player base of all the teams here. They are fan favorites to win this, in my opinion. But with some of the teams that we saw yesterday, I mean, Hurricanes, it went to game 5. They pulled it out in the end. They can easily take a win over the Vancouver Wild here. And Minty Fresh, Glacier Fresh, Glacier Mint, don't get them.
We got that.
Don't get them wrong. They pulled out a very impressive win, possibly one of the underdogs going into it. You can't count them out. It's day 2. It's any given day anyone's going to take a win, but the chances for United Rogue are pretty good as both their teams are still in it.
They are pretty good for sure. And we will have a little discussion about the games coming up and even have a little bit of a look back at the games yesterday. But first, it would be remiss of me not to have a serious discussion about this wonderful event that Chris has put together while he is here on the stream. So we will do just that. And I kind of want to get some information from you, Chris, about this event and start with what actually sparks the creation of Community Clash. What made you think, yeah, let's bring these leagues together?
I mean, you throughout all these leagues, you get your champion at the end of every single season. But you never, that's the champion of that league. Then you got a champion in another league, and then another league, and so on for 8 leagues that I can think of right off the bat. So why not bring a little bit more meaning to all of it? Combine them, get them all together for one big event. We just love playing Rocket League. That's why a lot of people are in these communities. They just want to play some casual competitive Rocket League. And, it adds meaning to it. You're not playing 2s or 3s solo queue for 8 hours a day because you just have fun with the game. I mean, we can only endure so much solo queue, but this brings a little bit more meaning to the game. It brings a lot more sense of I am playing with people. They, get you friends, get you involved, find some people that you can really call a home, and that is what makes all of this special, is that everyone can come together on one central point and they can just have fun with it.
Just have fun with it. I mean, yeah, that's exactly what we've been doing this weekend, that is for sure. I wanted to get some ideas from you, actually, what some of the challenges were involved in bringing these 4 leagues together, because it's not an easy thing to organize so many people, so many different groups, and get everyone to sign up. So what kind of problems did you face before this weekend?
Yeah, and we wanted to do it for all the leagues originally. So we wanted to do all the skill tiers, all the way down through Diamond, I think, is some of the lowest that we go. The problem is we all do operate on different ranges for our salary systems in terms of rating. So that is already a big issue that we will try to have fixed going for another Community Clash, because it has been an amazing turnout from everyone. So that is just one thing, but we want to involve everyone. Everyone deserves that chance to compete for something right above your championship titles in these leagues. The other thing is coordinating this many people on a single weekend. Everyone's got a lot of lives to live, a lot of stuff going on, work, school, whatever else. It's hard to get a lot of people, and I commend all of the people that are here this weekend to help out, dedicating their time to making this event as good as it is. All the players playing, it has been phenomenal to see. I cannot thank them enough, and of the players as well. There's a lot of overlapping community when it comes to these teams. I mean, Just Talk, who was playing on the Bulls and the Dragons, one in MLE 2s and one in FDL 2s. Which one do you want to pick? So that is currently an issue that we're gonna try to have fixed come next season, because obviously Just Talk the GOAT, apparently. We will try to find some way to make sure, do you want to play for the event in this league or that league? It really comes down to which league do you really call a home and want to represent.
Yeah, for sure. Really interesting to hear your take on the build up to this weekend. It's not been easy, and we appreciate all of the hard work for sure. I do also want to ask why it was these 4 specific leagues that you selected for this event. I mean, these are probably the 4 biggest leagues in North America, but just because you're the biggest doesn't mean you're the best. So why was it these 4 specifically that were chosen for this weekend?
So MLE and UR, I'm not sure which one was created first, but those, when you think of just community leagues, those two, they have to come to your mind. They are the founders of why so many leagues branched out of them. It founded creativity for everyone to run similar formats, but keep it to a little bit different. And that's not a bad thing. Everyone likes playing in multiple leagues because it is a different environment. You're going to find one that you like more, but that's also the same thing. Like, business sparks competition between leagues then makes it more fun, and you'll get more people playing everywhere in that way, because it goes stale after a while. The Community Clash brings in a second level of, energy, enthusiasm. It's not just the same thing, oh, I won again, now we just go for the next season. No, this brings something more to it. MLE, United Rogue, the founders of, I would say, Community Rocket League. Quote me if I'm wrong. I don't know which one was made first. I want to say MLE, but I could be very wrong. RSC, I've always admired RSC. They have so much dedication throughout all their years of operation as well. I mean, there is some honorable mentions as well. RLPC, they do amazing work. Rocket Underground, they're brand new. They look to be a good league coming forward. Ultimate Rocket League, they have been doing very well. I'm hoping that we can get all of these leagues come together at one point, so this can be 2 representatives from 8 leagues, and we get that 16-team format, double elimination bracket, like old RLCS days. And let's not even start to talk about if there is a league in another region in the world, because then we're getting a little ambitious, and we might even be looking towards a LAN.
So you touched on it there, right? You want to get another 4 leagues potentially involved, get that up to 16 teams total. What else is it about the future of Community Clash that you'd like to kind of bring to people's attention? Because I know you're a dreamer, Chris. I know there's a lot of ideas going around in that head about what could be coming. So talk to us. Where do you envision this event kind of moving forwards to?
Community Clash, while it is a large amount of players in Community Rocket League to get together, I think the one thing that everyone can agree on is it would be so great to have a LAN environment for all the players, even if it's just for fun. Obviously, you need a lot of money funding to go into it, sponsors. Make it worth everyone's while to come together for something like this, even if it's once a year. That, I think, would be the ultimate end goal. Really create something for amateur Rocket League, is what I'll call it, if you get it even just at the very top tier, and everyone can, come out to just watch the top of your league play. Resources is another good thing. I mean, we don't have the funding like Rocket League does through their game, obviously. So everyone's doing a lot of this out of volunteer work. Not a lot of people get paid in what they do, and it is very, words cannot express how grateful all of the heads of leagues are for having people step up, put time out of their day to invest into something like this out of the passion for the game, their communities, everything. So resources, I mean, there's a lot to be done still. But with the right sponsors, it is very possible that we get that in the future.
Yeah, I'm not going to ask you for a time frame on that one. I'll be honest, because the numbers may be concerning. But you make a really, really good point there about the fact that volunteers are so important at this level of Rocket League. I mean, communities like this don't run without the help of people who are passionate about each of these individual leagues, and we've seen a load of talent across this weekend proving that. So thank you all for being here, but also thank you for getting involved as well. It really means a lot to both myself and Chris, because we did put a fair bit of work into this, and Thor, of course, our broadcaster as well, who behind the scenes. So yeah, lots of love. We appreciate each and every one of you. And the last thing I kind of wanted to talk to you about, Chris, before we really get on to breaking down what happened yesterday and looking ahead to the matches today, is what did you think of day one? How did you find it? Did you enjoy it? What what's Chris's vibe on day one of Community Clash?
Oh, day one. I mean, from that first series, and I will be biased, but I think everyone else can agree. Monkeys Hurricanes was the best start of Community Clash that you could have ever asked for. I mean, Hurricanes #1 team statistically in MLE3's history is what I've heard, and they get taken to the limit by the Monkeys, and I will quote us as one of the most consistent teams FDL has ever seen, especially at the Elite League. It was just a brawl all the way to the end. That started something so great. And while the rest of the matches were sweeps, they were still so close. I mean, match 2 was separated by overtime every single game. Eggplants were never out of that series. While they didn't win a game, they didn't go home with their heads, down, their head in their hands. I mean, they put up a fight, RSC did, in that match, and that was admirable. MLE versus UR, I think everyone wanted to see Game 5 overtime with this series. Unfortunately, one of the players not able to make it, so they had subs fill in. It honestly had the makings of going Game 5, of being the match of the night. It doesn't go that way, but that doesn't mean it wasn't a great series to watch. It still was 1-goal games up until Game 3, which was a 3-1 victory in the end. I mean, absolutely phenomenal performance. You know what you're going to get when you get MLE and UR. It's always going to be a great game, a great series, and I am looking forward to seeing those two in potentially the grand finals tonight. I think there is the makings of that, but I do hold bias to United Rogue in that 2 teams grand final. Oh, baby, you want to see it if you are a fan there. RSC, the Glacier Mint versus the Dragons. I gotta admit, I was a little disappointed in that. I know it hurts because I lost to the Dragons in FDL. I was like, dang, Dragons. we could have. I know Prosperity and Tuck. They are a great duo, but I think the Glacier Mint came out strong and just right out the gauntlet. They were on top of it. They made that game plan. We, just go for the ball. We do not respect the touches. We will win. This is our series. They did that, and they did that effectively. They earned that spot in that semifinals, and I am looking forward to see how they do against Jersey, because UR puts up a lot of pressure, and it is not gonna be easy for them, considering the double commits that I saw on the defensive end. But I think if they don't panic as much and they keep that aggression up, there is no reason Glacier Mint cannot make grand final.
Yeah, no reason at all. And I don't think anyone would want to call either of the games that we have later today. But before we really get onto those, I do just want to reflect on yesterday a little bit and kind of do not necessarily an awards, but to kind of talk about maybe some of the people and the teams who impressed us the most. So I'd like to kind of discuss firstly, if you have maybe like a player who came in yesterday who maybe you hadn't heard of before. And by the way, the chat can get involved in this as well. If anyone wants to give anyone a shout out in chat, absolutely put them in there, who played incredibly well yesterday. But Chris, going to get this from you first. A player who really impressed you yesterday. Give me a name and a reason.
Oh man, there were so many of them. But the one name that I've got to say, and I love the name, is gotta be Gaherpaderp. I mean, that man carried Glacier Mint through the trenches. He was everywhere. Offense, defense, doesn't matter. That dude is a menace on the field. And I mean, that very seldomly do you see players that just have impacts everywhere on the field. That was one player that it didn't matter, offense, defense. The rotations were so fast. He was everywhere. In the twos as well, it was just amazing to watch him play and his team play around him. I want to see him do that more into, today. I will kind of spoil it. I am looking to make an award for offensive, defensive, and overall MVP for the event. So there is a few players in that running, which is there. But I will go with what Reese just said. I think I performed awesome.
Oh
yesterday.
Lord.
I will stroke my ego right now. I think that was a hands down quack performance of a lifetime. This old man can still ball up and still Mr. Consistency. But I gotta give it to
Yes, yes, Thor. Thank you, friend. Love that from you.
I gotta give it to Alfredo. On the Hurricanes. Alfredo and Gaherpa. Obviously, there's some bias towards Alfredo. I saw him play majority of it.
Sure.
That he was absolutely phenomenal in his passing execution, in his shooting, in his defense. I mean, players talk about him from the Hurricanes from that season. Alfredo was the one to watch out for, and he did not falter in his expectations. And I gotta commend Alfredo for that.
Played incredibly well, both players. Someone I want to actually bring up is Arrow from Vancouver Wild. I thought Arrow played an incredible game. That game too was running the show. Some of those clips that we've got from yesterday where he was just dunking on everyone, aerials for days, resets all over the place. Yeah, he was really the offensive kind of MVP of that Vancouver Wild team, and I'm really excited to see Alfredo versus Arrow in that first game today, because that's going to be a great matchup to see who is able to come out on top and control the pitch and control the game more. But yeah, I think we would be remiss without bringing him up as well, because he had a really good showing, and I hope he is able to bring that back for today. I'd also like to talk to you about the most impressive team for you yesterday. So maybe not the the team that kind of you didn't know about coming in, but the team that showed you the best look in yesterday's games. Who do you think that was?
Oh man.
And if you say the Monkeys, I swear to God, I will shut this down. Now.
I mean, bias
we will go.
Bias and just the way the desk predicted that match to go, I do think Monkeys.
Okay.
Clowned on today. This is expected.
Thor's having fun.
I gotta say, I love Vancouver. I mean,
yeah.
Especially it was who? Arrow, Yor, and Manny. I know I've played against all those players from UR back in the day, back in my day. But I gotta say, that team will always be great. Why? And they did clutch up massive against the Eggplants too. All overtimes, all finishers, incredible.
Yeah,
it's a great team can hold off like that against a very good team in the Eggplants. They showed up big yesterday, but doesn't matter how close it got. The Vancouver Wild were always able to just break away and make it work in their favor. That is what makes good teams great. And I think Vancouver right now is a great team. Especially, we haven't even seen Dylan. If Dylan plays today, there's nothing in the world stopping me from picking Vancouver from winning, because he is a menace on the field. I have nightmares about playing him.
I completely forgot about that as well. Yeah, they didn't even have their starting roster. For me, the most impressive team yesterday was actually Glacier Mint. I bring this up because I feel like a lot of people pointed at that series as arguably the closest of the entire day. Obviously, it proved to be the Monkeys Hurricanes instead. But for me, when you have a game that on paper and in theory should be so close, and a team sweeps it, and doesn't just sweep it, sweeps it easily. They made it look so easy yesterday. I don't think that can be underestimated. They're going to be coming into day 2 with a load of momentum off the back of what they were able to do. Gaherpa Derp especially, with some fantastic plays, as you mentioned, but Tons and Spark being able to support him really well. Just, it looked like such a solid unit playing against a Dragons team who, okay, maybe weren't at their best, but you still have to put them away. These are still some very, very top tier players, and Glacier Mint did that with aplomb. and they're waving the flag for RSC. I think they've got a real chance today, moving forward. So, yeah, I mean, just that's my pick personally, but we'll see what happens later today for sure. And lastly, I kind of want to ask you who the most surprising team was. So maybe the team who you didn't think would have as good a showing as they did, and ended up showing up and showing out yesterday. This one I will allow the Monkeys if you want to say that.
Well, I actually wasn't gonna say the Monkeys on this one because I do give that to Glacier Mint. I mean, fantastic performance. You know, you got number 1 seed in FDL going against the number 2 seed in RSC. The number 2 seed in RSC, while they didn't bring the top of the top league, they still upset the FDL champions, which is a feature in their own right. I mean, that is an achievement to, you know, you're not the top league, but you can still beat the top of other leagues. That is impressive, to say the very least. I thought, you know, we almost got all number 1 seeds going through. Eggplants got upset by United Rogue, but we know what you get with United Rogue. We really wanted to see leagues play against each other rather than you know, proper seeding for the first one. Obviously, we will go seeding once it becomes, you know, a bigger event. But I mean, it is funny that we get RSC and UR versus MLE and UR, both UR round 1. So no FDL. So if UR does win, then, you know, FDL would have beat them, you know.
Oh, here we go. Happens again.
We're riding the copium right now, but don't worry about that. Yeah, no, I am very impressed with how Glacier Mint played though. Going against Sizz, Poofy, and Mayo is gonna be a challenge. That is a team of all time in the most respectful way that I can put it. That is a very consistent team, I would say.
Yes.
You're not gonna get a lot of goals scored on that team. So Glacier Mint, you want to be the dark horse. You want to prove the underdog story goes all the way. That is the team to do it. If they win that, there's nothing doubting me from Glacier Mint winning the event.
Absolutely. I'm going to throw in a name for the most surprising team, and that it might be a surprise in itself, which I guess is kind of the whole point of this segment. But I'm going to say the Eggplants. I think the Eggplants came in yesterday, and a load of people put a lot of stock in that Vancouver Wild team. A lot of people said these guys are going to walk the event. They are one of the best in UR right now. They're playing incredibly well. And Eggplants pushed them to overtime every single game. Okay, they lost all of those overtimes. But when it felt like such a disparity between those two teams when we were coming into it. I mean, even Basradala on the pre-jump yesterday was explaining how he really wasn't sure about how the Eggplants were going to show up and play because he was concerned about roster changes in the off-season. Their start to the season hasn't been great in RSC, but they came in yesterday. They really put on an incredible show in that second series, and for me, they were the surprise package, and I think Vancouver Wild was surprised by them as well. And they relied on a lot of good plays from Arrow to make to be able to dispatch of that Eggplant side, and without that, who knows how the series could have gone. But good big shout out to the RSC Eggplants, because you guys played incredibly well, even if it looked like a sweep on paper. I was still very, very impressed with how they came out for sure.
Oh yeah, and I mean RSC, amazing league. That very top their Premier League would rival UR almost 100%. I think if they brought that, RSC UR grand finals all day every day. Nothing in my mind doubts me from that. But they are still able to show up with a league below. So FDL, Copium, maxing, RSC stonks, rising. It's just that simple.
It certainly is. And we now need to actually discuss the games that are coming up later tonight at 7 o'clock. That's about half an hour away. We have the MLE Hurricanes, Alfredo, Wolf, and Massimo and Bolio playing against the Vancouver Wild of your Arrow, and we're not sure whether it's going to be Manny or Dylan, but that team is to be feared anyway. Chris, you have the most experience with the Hurricanes, or certainly the most recent experience. Talk to me about what this team bring to the server.
They are very coordinated, I will say. It is not a lot of times you will get to actually find an open net on them. Very, very rarely did you find it, and it was mostly in the 2v2 where you do have one less teammate. They are a very solid rotational team, and that is very concerning when it comes to 3v3. There is no doubt in my mind why they won the MLE3s, because that is what is one of the hardest things to break down. And then they bring in Massimo for the 2v2 on that, and it kind of changes up a little bit. He's a lot more mechanical, but, you know, maybe in that 3 sense, it doesn't rise to the same occasion. They've got a very all-around solid roster for this format. So if they were able to, you know, lock in on the 3s a little bit sooner in the series, it could have been a sweep, absolutely, for the Hurricanes. So you got to catch them out early. You got to catch them out fast.
Yeah, and another thing about this Hurricanes team is they're incredibly aggressive, right?
Yeah.
You know, they go for a lot of bumps, they go for a lot of those more aggressive plays, and that speaks to how they kind of play. I mean, they played against the Monkeys yesterday, who themselves are a rather aggressive physical team. So you kind of had a bit of that dichotomy, I guess, with these two sides, and they managed to pull it out in that game. For me, the team they're playing against maybe isn't quite as physical as the Monkeys were yesterday, and I wonder how that's going to affect their gameplay today.
Oh, absolutely. Vancouver could be overwhelmed with how much pressure the Hurricanes could put up, because that was what 1 goal difference in that entire series yesterday, Monkeys versus Hurricanes, I think. And maybe Monkeys outscored them because of Game 4 in that 2v2. I'm not too sure. But Vancouver, you've definitely got to watch out for that aggression. You've got to lock it down on defense and get that transition going, because it is not going to be easy from there on out if you're stuck at the midfield line trying to just find a teammate, get boost, get organized, and go again. It's not going to be good. But Vancouver, definitely, you are. They play every play style known to mankind. They are very good at adapt.
And let's talk about that team, the Vancouver Wild. It is your Dylan, Arrow, and Manny was playing yesterday. Just an absolutely incredible showing from them yesterday. They've been playing together for about 3 seasons now in United Rogue, and I mean, that team chemistry is off the charts, and it was on display yesterday, Chris.
Yeah, I mean, they were taking the distance because of the eggplant. This is one of those teams on paper it is championship caliber easily. This team, though, it looked. I mean, maybe it's because they didn't have Dylan the main roster, but Manny did perform exceptionally well. They win in all overtimes. They don't falter. So they do have the clutch factor. If it goes to the distance, I believe this team can win in 5 every day of the week. The 2v2 though might hurt them a little bit. I think that was a little lackluster. Their 3v game though, phenomenal. I gotta say, it was very flawless. I don't think Eggplant scored until the last second before overtime happened. So maybe a little bit concerning to see. You don't want to let off the gas pedal at all in the game, but if they're able, they can clutch up. And that's what really matters in Rocket League. Who is going to be the player to rise to the occasion? All of those players on that Vancouver Wild team are going to be able to rise.
Yeah, one in particular is a man we've talked about earlier, the man who scored 2 of the 3 winning goals and actually even scored in the game 3 to bring the game to overtime, and that is Arrow. The man is a clutch personified, right? He absolutely, when his team need him, he steps up and he takes it upon himself to go out there and get the job done for this Vancouver side. And you've played in teams, Chris, where there are those kinds of players who you can just rely on to have that clutch factor and get that goal that you desperately need. What is it like to be a part of a team where you have that kind of player?
Oh, trust is the most important thing in Rocket League. If you can trust your teammates, you can get away with a lot of stuff. You can make great plays happen. You can force a lot of things to go your way if you just have a player you can trust. Doesn't matter what you can trust. If their touches are going to be towards you or not. If their clears are going to be solid, not towards the other team. There is so much that goes into reliability for Rocket League players in a game that is so precise, and you have every single millisecond matters in rotations. Every single inch matters. If you hit the ball too hard, you miss your teammate. Too soft, the other team can take it away. There's so much that goes into that. But if you have that one player that you just know will link up like that, it is a whole different ball game. There is so much that can go your way. And even when a series looks like you are down and out, that person, you know that they're going to be there. They've got your back, and if you have theirs, nothing stops you. And that is why 2v2 has become so mainstream, because you have so much trust to, in a 2v1 situation that happens so much in twos, that is what you need to rely on in the end. Can this player, handle it himself? Do I need to constantly be holding their hand? No. That's because they have so much trust, and they also get that back with that teammate.
Absolutely. So we've talked about the Hurricanes, we've talked about the Wilds. They play at 7 p.m. EST. And Chris, what I want to know from you is who wins.
Oh, man.
I know. It's a big
one
question.
Of all.
It's a big question.
I'm gonna have to go Vancouver.
Okay.
I like the Hurricanes, but I don't think they lived up to the hype that I was expecting.
Okay.
I think Vancouver, while they might have started slow on a team that they should have won, they did come away with a sweep.
They did.
Which is still good enough to be a result. If you're looking at seedings, MLE1 should not have went to Game 5 against FDL2, but it did.
No.
So maybe that's credit to the Monkeys playing good that day, and the Hurricanes not always warmed up. Hurricanes know what to expect. That might have been the first best round one they could have played to get them ready for the rest of it.
So that's... Go on.
Go on.
No.
That's my thoughts.
I was going to say, so what you've just said there is actually why I personally am going to be taking the Hurricanes in this game. For me, I think yesterday would have been a wake-up call for that Hurricanes side. They've come in here with a huge, a huge build of support from their community, because they have been absolutely tearing it up in MLE. And for me personally, I think they probably thought they were going to come into this weekend and just kind of walk it. And yesterday, they had to dig so deep to get over the line against the Monkeys that I think now they realize that they're in a serious tournament, a serious event with top tier players. And I don't think they'll make the same mistakes today. I don't think you'll see a Hurricanes that may be a little bit lackluster. I don't think you'll see a Hurricanes that isn't warmed up. Today, I think you get both barrels. And I think they fly into the grand finals. But this is all speculation until that game comes around, so you'll have to stay tuned to this Twitch channel until 7 p.m. to find out exactly who it is that takes that game. But Chris, that is not all we have in store tonight, because there is so much more to come as the second semi-final sees the UR Jersey Jackals. This team is an absolute super team. Sizz, Poofy, and we expect Mayo today are going to be coming out onto the field in our second game at 8:15. What a team this is.
Yeah, and when you got your sub as Lottie Lettuce, I mean, you know what Lottie brings to the match. He is always going to be that player that is good. And when you've got 3 starters above him, then we get into talking. Sizz, Poofy, Mayo. Mayo, we've seen him play in FDL. Sizz, I've played with him against him in UR. Poofy, what a great name. I mean, this team is just one of the greatest I've seen come out of United Rogue in terms of, you know what you're going to get. Every game, you're going to work for if you want to beat this team. There is no cutting corners on this series. If you want to win against the Jackals, you are going to earn it with blood, sweat, and tears.
You absolutely are. And a quick shout out to the GM, the Twinkie God, one of the best GM names that I've seen in Rocket League. That's no doubt about that. But to bring it back to a bit of a more serious note, this team went 16 straight series in the last season of UR. And if that doesn't tell you what kind of team that we're running up against, I don't know what will, because wow, that it takes a lot to be able to be that good for that long, Chris.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, even in Rocket League, it's so the RLCS, you don't see the same teams always at the top. I mean, you've got your Carmine Corp, your Vitalities that are going to be up there, but it's not always the same teams winning everything. Everyone on any given day can win just as easily as you could lose. So, being able to do it at the level that Jackals are able to, incredible. It's a what's I'm looking for the word. Accommodation? No. Accolade. It's a very prestigious accolade to have for that team.
It certainly is, and they may be adding another accolade to that team today. We will have to wait and see. But first, they have to get past the RSC's Glacier Mint. What a showing these guys had yesterday. Tons, Spark Nova, Geherpa Derp. Geherpa Derp, by the way, only the substitute. We may be seeing Rumble come in today for him, but wow, this team really showed up and showed out yesterday, Chris.
Geherpa Derp makes Turbo Pulsa look like a chump. Let me tell you, greatest substitute I have ever seen in any match of any league, and I've been a part of all of them. So, Geherpa Derp, absolutely phenomenal performance. We get Rumble today, and if Geherpa Derp still is going to be playing today, I don't know if he'll be subbing in for either Tons or Spark Nova, but if he was filling in for Rumble, I cannot wait to see how Rumble performs, because that team already, they punched the Dragons right in the face and just kept punching them when they were down. That is what they need to bring against a team from United Rogue, especially the Jackals. You do not let up the gas pedal at all.
No, absolutely not. And that is something I actually do want to bring up. You talked about the fact that they kept beating on the Dragons yesterday, for lack of a better kind of phrase. And it's that ruthlessness that really makes this Glacier Mint team. That at no point do they rest on their laurels. At no point do they sit back on their keyboards and go, we've done it. That's us. No, they keep attacking your net. They keep the pressure up. They make sure that you're not able to get back in that game. If they're able to bring that today, that's a serious problem for Jersey.
Oh, 100%. I mean, the meta for Rocket League has shifted so much, and this current meta that you are in right now is very 2v2 orientated. It is never letting off pressure. If you are the more aggressive team, 9 times out of 10 you're going to win. I mean, we say defense wins championships, it doesn't win games. Offense wins the games to win the championships. That's how you get there in the end. So I think Glacier Mint have got the bones to make it work against the Jackals. Jackals, I probably will say, average 6 saves a game if the Glacier Mint are able to repeat what they are able to do yesterday.
To play their game, absolutely. We will see if they are able to do that later today. I have also just outed myself as a KBM player. My apologies to those of you who do not approve. That's on me. But we move, as we need to make a prediction about this particular game. Jersey Jackals, Glacier Mint, Chris with a K. Who you got?
If you thought the first one was going to be tough, now you're telling me to go against my heart and my head. My heart says Glacier Mint.
Okay.
But the analyst in me just cannot deny Jersey Jackals right now. I mean, I think the winner of this is the winner of the event.
Mm-hmm.
So, in regards to that, and because I know Mayo and I know Sizz, I'm going to go with the Jackals. I think that team is too good. The number 1 seed coming out of United Rogue. I don't think they lose here. I think they've got all the bones to make it work, and I am all for it. United Road was the first league I ever joined. I hold a special place in my heart for them. I think Jackals all the way.
I have to be honest, Chris, right? I am a host. I'm not an analyst. I'm not a caster. And if I'm not here to follow my heart, what else am I here for? So the Glacier Mint are going to take this series. Tons, Spark Nova, Gaherpa Derp. They're going to come in. They're going to absolutely run the show. Offense, offense, offense from minute one. It's going to be an absolute massacre. And the Jersey Jackals are going to go back to UR with the tail between their legs. That's what I'm saying. Let's go, Glacier Mint. Huge. Huge stuff. I lost myself in that. That was wow. I hope no one clips that and shows that to me after the game. But
turning into a Rhino boy, that's a dangerous road to go down. I'm the one with the hot take most of the time.
Yeah. Yeah, we will see if that one comes back and bites me. As so many of my predictions recently have done. But we now have the biggest prediction, Chris, to make. And that is the grand final. Because that will be taking place tonight at 9:30 p.m. EST. And I want you to tell me not only the team that win the whole thing, I want you to tell me how many games the grand final goes. Go.
It goes to 6.
Okay.
The best series in Rocket League history always end in 6. Game 7 is brutal. Especially if you don't know the FDL, Game 7s are bad. I mean, they're blowouts. We got 3s this time, so we'll make it a little bit better. But I think 6 is where you get the best series ever, and I've got to go all in on the Jackal. I do not believe this team loses. They performed exceptionally well against the Bulls yesterday. I believe in that team to win it all.
Okay. All right. Oh, I think the grand final goes 5.
Oh.
I think it gets 1 in that last 3s game. In that 3s game. For me personally. Now, who wins it is a more difficult discussion. So based on my predictions, the 2 teams that I've got there are the Hurricanes and Glacier Mint. I'm gonna give it to the Hurricanes. I'm gonna give it to the Hurricanes because I believe, as I said in my first prediction, that the Hurricanes of today will not be the Hurricanes of yesterday.
Yeah.
I think they are here to make a point, here to make a statement, and I really hope that that they go on and do it because they honestly they did not have the best showing yesterday. And I really want them to come in today and show why they were such a hyped up team, why everyone was talking about them, why they are MLE's number 1. And let's see if they do it. Let's see if they do it. But we will have to wait until 9:30 to find out. Chris, we have just about run out of time on the pre-jump, but first I would like you to, if you have the floor for a few minutes, if you would like to give any messages, to talk to the people, tell us what you're thinking.
I'm thinking everyone in every league that has ever existed has contributed to what this moment is. Everyone has been so great. I love seeing all the feedback from everyone. I'm hoping that this can become a very consistent thing and we really make moves in Rocket League, considering the state of which the game is at is a little bit scary to see for the game that we all love, that we put a bunch of time and dedication into. I am very impressed with how everything has run so far, and I cannot thank everyone enough, especially the production this week has been incredible. The leagues just being on board with everything. When I come to them with a crazy idea and I tell them, hey, I want to get over 60 people coordinated for one weekend is crazy enough. But we did it. We got it done. I may have pulled all the strings to get it going, but it is with the cooperation and everyone that we make it what it is today. And I cannot thank anyone enough for that. It is all of our project. You guys are all the best.
Heartfelt message from Chris with a K is a very rare sight. Please make sure that one is clipped, because you won't see it very often. But a very, very strong point. But a point that you also make is the fact that we want to push this event way beyond what it has already been this week. Now, don't get me wrong, this weekend has been excellent and we're not even finished yet. So please keep up all of the good work that you guys have been doing. Share as much as you can. Get clips going. Tell everyone that the Community Clash Grand Finals are happening tonight and you do not want to miss it, because the more viewers we get, the bigger this event gets in the future, and that's the most important thing at the end of the day. More Rocket League. That's what we all live for. That's what we all want. So get hyped. Get excited, because we are 10 minutes away from kicking off Championship Weekend on the Community Clash. We'll see you there. the talking, all of the preamble is done, and today we find out who our grand champion of the first Community Clash is, and will it be one of the two teams that we are about to see on stream? It is the Hurricanes from MLE taking on the Vancouver Wild from UR, and as you can see, I am joined by our two casters for that game. First, on my right hand side, we have Ajax. How are you this evening?
I'm doing great. I casted that Hurricanes one yesterday, and that was wild. So I'm hoping for a similarly insane match today. So I'm feeling good.
Absolutely. And as you can see on my left, he joined me for the pre-jump. He is on the cast for this game, and he's only a little bit nervous. Please welcome to the casting booth, Chris with a K. How are you today?
I am fantastic, ready to watch the MLE versus UR repeat match going down, and you know how it went last time. We'll see it again here.
We may see
I don't
it again here.
like that. I'm not gonna lie. I may have shown my own bias yesterday with all my casting and stuff. I tried to stay as unbiased as possible. That did not go very well. But I do think that MLE is a better organization in general. So I think they're gonna take it. I'm just saying.
Oh, big words coming out from Ajax. I do want to ask Ajax, do you feel like you are this Hurricanes team lucky charm? I mean, you got them through yesterday. If they win this game, you might have to cast every single Hurricanes game for the rest of the season.
I'd hate to say I'm their lucky charm because they did really, really well in the regular season without me. So I can't exactly say it. I would love it if I could, but I think they're just too good. They don't need a lucky charm.
Well, let's see if any of that comes true, because we are going to get into our game number one. The Hurricanes, the Vancouver Wild are taking to the field. Take us away, Chris.
Absolutely. Well, we do have a little bit of a delay here because Dylan has just hopped in, and well, I think if United Rogue was warming up with Manny beforehand, and now they've got Dylan in, that might be a little bit of a troublesome thing for the United Rogue. Ajax?
I don't think that you guys really need to worry at all, though, because I think that Dylan was just getting his Uber Eats order, and that will give him the buff, actually. So I think it's a little bit of an advantage that he was a little bit late. But as we were saying, after that false start, we are actually getting into the lobby, and the semifinals are underway.
Absolutely. Yor and Bolio will start us off. Wolf to take it to the wall, and he'll beat Dylan out for the first one, but going back for the second, Alfredo. He's going to get it to the infield. That pass, top shelf is denied by Dylan. Bolio comes through, the last man for the Hurricanes right now. He gets it out to Wolf, but the pinch goes all the way back downfield. A very good start for the Hurricanes, but they are not going to see too much in their own half. That's a good play. Dylan trying to find Yor. He'll keep it in the corner. Wolf to push it out. Hurricanes, they were so good on offense the last series we saw them in, and they are doing everything right now to lock down the Wild in their own half.
Yeah, the Hurricanes have done a really good job this season and last series of just getting so much smothering pressure. That's a little bit of a dangerous one going off the backboard. But they did so well in that. The only danger there is if they get a little bit too eager to shut that half down, they sometimes start double committing, and that is where their troubles came in yesterday. Likely they thought they should have had that series a lot more handily than they did. It was a very exciting one, so you know the content was flowing from it, but they definitely did not want to have to go to game number 5. That being said, that's off the backboard. Almost an early goal for Alfredo.
Wolf, he's going to try to keep it in. He's got the flip reset under one. Dylan, a little bit awkward on his goal line, is going to get that 50. Alfredo, follow-up shot is in! The defense cannot deny Alfredo the second time. First goal going to the Hurricanes.
And the Alfredo show has started. Yesterday, he put on such a great show, keeping everything out of his own net and putting it in theirs. He starts off very, very strong, giving them the lead, but not too much yet. So we gotta see a little bit more from them before I guess call it the Alfredo show, which I did a little bit prematurely. That's a great shot on target, but saved away by Bolio.
No, but when you call it the Alfredo show, you know we're looking at two players individually. It's Alfredo and it's Arrow to be the leader. They had such good performances yesterday. Bolio's going to get the save on that one. Wolf, he'll find him downfield. It's a wide open net, actually. Wolf, he's going to take one for free, and that is going to be the easiest goal he might score today.
And that's a bit of a crazy goal because we saw it go coast to coast with two incredible saves. And then all of a sudden, there's no defense on the side of the Wilds. The Hurricanes will 100% be very happy with that one as they take the 2-goal lead with just over 3 minutes remaining.
Yeah, and this could be a wake-up call for the Wild saying, hey, Hurricanes #1 threes team is taking it to the threes league. I mean, you think of them. That is the prestigious threes league. But Hurricanes making them work for it right now. He's going to drop it to the side, get that 50. Going cross field. Bolio first to it. Takes a shot on net. Dylan, not a great clear. Yours got to get up for it, but Wolf strikes.
Domination on the offensive half for the Hurricanes. Their pressure is just so smothering, and the Wild defense can't do anything about it. It's off the backboard. Just passes after pass are coming through in the Hurricane. The wind is starting to pick up. It's looking real good for them.
A 3-0 lead never hurt anyone going into halftime. And maybe that Monkey series was everything they needed to get ready for Championship Sunday. Arrow's going to find it downfield, but he doesn't have anyone lurking on the pressure. Dylan's going to miss that one. The 50 keeps it at midfield. Your last man will get the beat in a very crucial one at that infield passing play. Arrow almost on the 3-man touch. Can't find it through. That one weak on net. Bolio is going to take a lot of time in this corner now to pick it up. 50. Infield to Your. Follow-up touch. He doesn't have enough boost, but the double commit does create some issues. Arrow, you know what he can do in this position. He wins the one-on-one all day!
And that is exactly what I was worried about there. We see a double commit coming up from the Hurricanes, just giving Arrow so much time and space. Wolf was super awkward and actually bumped Arrow, but it will not be enough. That was a very close one, and signs of life from the Wild as they get one back.
The start of a comeback is getting the first goal. 2 minutes to go. Might not have liked it to take this long, but they will open it up, and a wide open net. The Hurricanes walk it in for free like the dog the Vancouver Wild are. Yeah, at some point, you got to throw it all in on the field, but I don't think the time was there quite yet for the Wild.
Yeah, absolutely. That was not a very good look, and I'm wondering if the Wild are just having a little bit of jitters. Maybe they, maybe as you said, the Uber Eats was not the buff. And they're just not looking very solid, especially on their defensive end. They're just giving way too much space. Here they have some space of their own. They're going to try and 50 that mid, getting a couple of bumps, but it goes nowhere. But as I was saying, they're just giving way too much space, and we've seen multiple open nets that definitely should not have been there.
Absolutely. And, you know, you think United Rogue 3s, this is like where they shine when it comes to the 2s. I know MLE a lot more for 2s. That one's off the post. Yours trying to get something else started, maybe looking to ride momentum just going into the second game where it is 2v2. And I think I favor MLE's chances in that, just having the reputation of having 2s and 3s played. Dylan is going to try to get around the side, and he's got two options in the midfield, but not a lot of boost to work with. The momentum slowing down a lot, and the Hurricanes, they are just speeding up.
And one thing with that this interesting format is you have to remember you cannot win by just winning the 2s. That was very, very close to demo from Alfredo. But you can't win on just the 2s alone. So getting this 3s game is going to help so much, which is going to mean, because it does seem like it's a little bit out of reach for the Wild, that they're only going to have to take the 2-2 series. Of course, they're going to want to try and go for the sweep, just make it a little safer. But it does give you so much insurance in that.
Time ticking down, and the Hurricanes, they make the statement well known that they are here and they are ready to play. United Rogue, you might have won the match with the Bulls and the Jackals, but hey, the Hurricanes is here, and the storm they are creating is immense right now. The pressure, everything going their way in this game. I mean, wow, what a showing for the Hurricanes in the first one.
And we talked a lot of talk about the Hurricanes, and they definitely have a lot of momentum going their way. But now we go to twos, and that almost eliminates all the momentum. It's a really interesting format because no team can get much momentum going just because it's really tough to translate that from threes to twos and vice versa. So this is going to be a completely different game, different players on the fields. And the Hurricanes are going to have to try and keep that momentum and build on it if they're going to want to win this series.
Yeah, and Wild playing yesterday, they did have Manny in place of Dylan, so there might be some little rotational things to pick up here and there. They had it on lock yesterday, but now they might have to find something new. And who comes in for the 2v2 from United Rogue? We saw Arrow and was it Yor yesterday? Oh, man. I didn't pay too much attention to that series if I'm not, I'm going to be honest, but the Wild did come out with 3 overtime wins, but they do not score. They do not come out with overtime even in game 1 here. So Dylan and Arrow take the field, and Massimo, who played all of the twos yesterday, will take the field again with Wolf. Went back and forth. They won They won a twos game. They lost a twos game. It happens. I mean, definitely looking good in game 1, but we got to see what Dylan and Arrow can bring because they do not want to go to match point quite just yet.
And one really interesting thing that the Hurricanes are doing, which I'm not sure exactly why they're doing it, what's the purpose of this, is they're not putting Alfredo, who is probably one of the best players on this team, on the twos roster. I don't know if that was if they talked about this and agreed to it, but Wolf starting off strong, showing they don't need Alfredo to score, and they take the early lead.
Sometimes the greatest thing you can hope for is connection. Massimo finds Wolf on that front post with 2 players there from the Wild, just able to score on that one. I mean, there's a lot of trust. We talked about it on the pre-show that a lot of the things that you are able to do in the game of Rocket League comes from trusting your teammates. Maybe Massimo and Wolf have that connection that they will just not sever, despite mechanical ability and overall greatness from Alfredo. Dylan and Arrow gonna just brute force it through, make the save, but still come away with the goal.
That was a great save the first time, but it's just unfortunate that Dylan was right there in position to take that shot. I'm really liking this from the Wild, a good response and just good team play in general. That air dribble doing wonders to set up that goal. Now we're gonna see the Hurricanes try and create some kind of counterattack. They take the lead back. It looked like they had the flip reset, decided not to use it. Wolf is going to try and pass that over to himself, actually. Gets the double. Going to be off the backboard, and Massimo's going to get beat out. And Dylan has the free goal. Wild up by 1.
The speed from Dylan on that play. In the game of twos, you have to be aggressive, but it is also equally important when to be passive. And right there, so much space behind the last defender from the Hurricanes. Dylan will work to that advantage. Take that. Only a minute into the game, plenty of time, but you don't want the Wild to build that momentum because now they make connections like that. A ripper on net. A big save from Wolf, though. Massimo trying to push it down. The pinch goes back to the back wall. Wolf is going to slow it down, but Dylan, no space given. He knows head on. Take him at the source. That is a big boost grab, though. Massimo with a massive flick. Gets that crossbar. Wolf, he can't put it on. It's saved out. The Hurricane come away empty-handed off a great opportunity. The Demo relieves so much pressure, though. Wild, they'll keep it in the midfield half. Wolf trying for something else, but they were so close to equalizing.
Yeah, that is one that they are definitely going to want back. That was such an unfortunate one, and that one is going to be another 3 goal. They're just leaving the net wide open, and the Wild are taking advantage.
If there is one thing that shows in the game of twos from 3v3 is that the counter-attacking style works incredibly well when a team is as aggressive in twos as the Hurricane. Dylan and Arrow, they're more than happy to let them overcommit and then just use that to the advantage. 2s and 1s. The game of just walking in open nets like that is something everyone gets frustrated at, but if it isn't broken, don't fix it. Right now, United Rogue, they've got something massive going for them. That one's right off the crossbar, hunting for the Demo. Wolf, he's not going to fall to it. Arrow looking for some mechanics. He's got Dylan in support. Massimo, though, on that 50. Wolf gonna chase it up the wall. He's getting the better of the 50. Arrow, blowing one back in a 2v1. Massimo, he's got to capitalize on this quickly. Dylan, he's trying to get back. That's a great touch to Wolf, but saved away from Arrow.
They're just not connecting on the opportunities that the defense is allowing them. They've been given so much space, so much time, so many opportunities, and they're not connecting on them. They really need to start because they are down 2, and time is running out very quickly. That being said, that's a great opportunity. A pass backboard will not go through as Wolf is not able to win that 50.
Trying again, Arrow, he's going to take it to the sky, and a lot of opportunity, but not a lot of boost to work with. The 50 forced out will retain possession for United Rogue. The demo makes it all that much scarier, but Massimo's got a lot of space to work with. Arrow, he's going to use boost just to get to it, but keeping up the possession. Massimo, big infield touch. Arrow first to it. Wolf bites on that one. UR just feels like they're playing with them right now. Every touch they take just falls right back to their own hands, and the Hurricanes, the 2v1 situations might not be enough. Dylan still on top of the defense, clears it all out. 2v1 back the other way for United Rogue. Infield to Arrow. Shot top right is in.
And I think the Hurricanes need to take these couple of seconds to just mentally reset because something is not clicking. They are giving so much space. They're leaving opportunities on the table, and the Wild are dominating. They are having such good passing plays, which is something I love from this team. They play so well as a team. Their team chemistry is just so much better. That's a great pass, and it will sail on in. The changeup will go through for Dylan.
And what a great play there. Not everything needs to be as fast as possible. Dylan knows that. That touch, so precise. It's not about the power of it. It's about the accuracy, the precision on the shots. Dylan knows that. He's been around. He's been champion before. He can do it again, and he knows what it takes to get wins. A 5-1 lead now for the Wild. It is an immense game to bounce back from. Arrow's not quite done. He'll try to go for the ceiling shot. Not quite there, but Dylan will retain possession at the midfield line. Massimo and Wolf trying to look for something, and a musty flick over the top. What a play, Massimo! When you need it most, he rises to the occasion.
You love that, just taking a little bit of momentum back, and I think that was actually a breezy, correct me if I'm wrong, but that was absolutely beautiful. Maybe didn't get as much power on that, but I think that was intentional because otherwise it would have definitely gone off the backboard. They do get one back. It's still a 3-goal game, so it's a bit of a tall order, and especially with the way that the Wild have been playing, it's likely not going to happen, but that is so good for momentum back. That one looks like Massimo's going to get back in time. Yes, he is to clear that one.
Now, you also have to take into consideration the twos. Do you actually make a change if, you know, if the Hurricanes or the Wild win this one, we're gonna see another twos game? Is it you have to change your lineup now to play against Dylan and Arrow? Because Wolf and Massimo, while they are a fantastic duo linking up on a lot of offensive plays, Arrow and Dylan right now, the mechanical ability and speed of them right now just feels so overwhelming to the Hurricanes.
I think you absolutely have to change it up. And as I was saying, I think you put in Alfredo here. I don't know who you take out, but Alfredo definitely needs to be on that team. He's such a defensive presence, which feels like was missing from this game. The Hurricanes let a lot of goals go in that probably shouldn't have, and now they really just need to reset. Try and go back to the threes, go back to the drawing board, and go to what worked for them last time.
Well, an equalized series means we're doing better than what we did yesterday for 3/4 of the series. They were all still great series, though. Don't get me wrong. But everyone loves it going the distance. Arrow and Dylan getting that win after that game one. We'll have to see your... you didn't have the greatest first game, but getting him back in that momentum builder from Dylan and Arrow here might just do it. If your takes that back line, you know, let them go around each other. You play the third man. It could be all the makings of the Wild to win in 4, but I don't doubt the Hurricanes at all. I mean, that game 1 was so coordinated, so perfectly executed. There is a lot going good for the Hurricanes when it comes to threes. For good reason, they did win the threes championship in MLE, so I do not doubt them at all here.
Yeah, we talked about it in between game number 1 and 2, in that switching modes just completely resets the momentum back to neutral. And the Hurricane better pray that's happening to them again, because otherwise they're going to fall very far behind. They need to erase that last game from the memory. It's a 0-0 match, and they need to dig deep and continue playing their game.
One of the teams is about to take it to match point. Both of them want the accolade of sending it to the distance, punching their ticket to the first annual Community Clash. He'll try to open up the offense for the Wild there. Dylan trying for something else. A very good switch from game 1, though. Seems like the Wild are keeping it a little bit more secure on the offensive front. A good chance there from the Hurricanes. They won't come away with it, though. They are breaking more and more into that Wild half after the start of that kickoff. Alfredo Bolio's going for the bump. Dylan, not the greatest clear. Wolf, one more, but his teammate backs off. Bolio's got to move forward now. 0 boost in hand. He'll just slow play, wait for a teammate. Wolf, he doesn't want to challenge. The respect from yours touch will hold off the Hurricanes for now. Very reminiscent of game 1.
Yeah, we're going back to that absolute dominant pressure from the Hurricanes. It almost gives me G2 vibes. That's a great pass off the backboard and out. And now Wolf can't get the shot either. That is absolutely tragic. What a pass and what an opportunity just to put it off the backboard. That's what we saw last game in 2-2. They have trouble with keeping their momentum and having those free shots go in. Even yesterday, they left so many opportunities on the table, and I'm hoping that doesn't affect them too much, because that's not what you want to be doing.
Absolutely, and right now the Wild are at the mercy of boost starvation. A good infield pass from Dylan to Arrow. Won't find the net, but they will break out for now. Breaking up the passing play. It's a double commit from the Wild. Bolio, he's got a lot of space, and he's got Alfredo wide open. Back shot is going to be denied at the source. Both teams, they'll take their chances. Looking for each other is what you want to see in threes. Change up the direction. That's a big miss from Bolio. Will get punished with the demo as well. Dylan finds Arrow. You're waiting in the midfield. The touch from the Hurricanes, so crucial. Bolio, a quick shot, but he'll be denied.
And I love these ideas, especially from the Hurricane. They're playing off of each other so well, but they leave the net open once again. The Wild will get the open net and put it through.
Down the center of the field, the rotation from the Hurricanes has been wide, using those 100 pads to their advantage, trying to starve out the Wild more and more. But they get caught on it this time. The first goal comes at halftime. You are, from the start of that game too, we're looking so deadly, and right off the kickoff, they'll find a quick second.
You called his name in between games. You talked about how Ur really needs to get involved in this game, and that is what they have done, getting their second goal of the game, being on top of that leaderboard, just really showing up, and that has been the difference for them. And they're just shutting down the Hurricanes in the last about a minute.
The Wild have been dominating, but you almost forget about Alfredo and what he brings to the field. Wolf following that one through, forcing the touch out of Dylan. No one ready for the defense. And Alfredo picking apart the play like it is his day job, brings them within 1 at a very crucial point. You don't want the score to run up more. Then they allowed it. Big play from Alfredo. Arrow comes away with that touch, and Dylan to follow it through. Almost an equalizer, but that touch, very dangerous. Alfredo, he's going to get it to the corner. Not a lot of boost. Arrow on the follow through. Another double commit comes through. Hurricanes, though, with the transition. Look downfield. The pass to Wolf is good. Yor will shut it down. Alfredo, not a lot in the tank, and he's just trying to clear the midfield line. Arrow keeps it in for now. Bolio, beautiful touch, but The Wild waiting, impatient. Arrow tries. Dylan with the follow through. He's gonna go for it. Alfredo still not taking the advantage of the open net. A quick shot could catch out the Wild here when they're all three committed. You know that is the play they want to go for. They want to put everything in, make every single one count, and still no boost for the Hurricanes. The starvation is really coming to affect them.
The Wild are pushing very, very hard here. This is the first time we really have seen the Hurricanes be on offense in quite a while. I really like this offensive presence that the Wild is showing. They keep getting it off the backboard. They're setting up their teammates so well. And it's been to the credit of the Hurricanes that no goals have gone in quite some time. They've had some really good defensive stands, and they're just somehow keeping it out. You gotta wonder how long that is going to be sustainable for as the Wild just keep pushing.
Big touch in field. Yor is the only one waiting there. The boost starvation is coming through. Dylan just got both of the corner boost from the Hurricanes. Yor just keeping it in the half. Bolio can't come away with the touch. That's 2 up now. That's in. Oh, Alfredo keeps it out. Goal line heroics. Down to the final 20 though. Hurricanes, they need something to get started on offense, but they're denied at every opportunity. That's a miss that gets through. Alfredo, one more, gets the 50, infield, shot is denied by Arrow.
7 seconds left. This is going to be pushed down into the Wild offensive half. A good pinch to the midfield. No one's going to catch up to it. Finally, it's kept up. Bolio needs to keep it downfield. Yor is going to look for the shot and puts it to ground. The Wild will take 2 in a row and puts the Hurricane on match point.
The Wild on the flurry of offense was just too much for the Hurricanes to handle. I mean, they're committing 1, 2, 3 players at a time, and then as soon as that first player commits, they're back in the rotation, ready to go again. It was just a Gatling gun of offense for the Wild, and the Hurricanes definitely feeling the effects of the starvation. They needed some kind of boost, but there is just not enough pads in that half for all three to work off of. You got to get a corner boost at some point. They were just not able to find an opening from the Wild. That was so almost a complete flip of the script from game 1. The Wild just did to the Hurricanes what the Hurricanes did to the Wild. It's down to this game 2. Hurricanes, do they make that change of Wolf and Massimo for the 2s?
This is not where you want to be if you're the Hurricanes, especially since we're going back to 2s. And last time we played 2s, you got smacked. There is not much good to come out of that game. They're going to have to do some serious talking, a serious change up, because last time it did not look good, and they are going to stick with their same roster. They obviously see something that has not been shown yet, but they need to clutch up here because what we saw last time will not stand again. We are on match point. This is where champions are made.
Game 4, 2v2. We haven't seen a game end with a 2v2 yet in the event. They could do it right here and book their ticket to the grand finals. That's a big save, but it's not enough. The follow through from Dylan is good enough to get it through. The Wild are starting where they left off in that previous 2s match.
Absolutely gorgeous pass from Arrow, showing off the mechanical prowess a little bit, getting that flip reset double tap. Unfortunately, it was saved away, but luckily for them, Dylan was there to finish it off. And, you know, that start is looking pretty good for the Wild. If you're pulling out the flip reset double taps in the first part, another flip reset from Arrow trying to continue this. Wolf is going to send it downfield. Now they have to make this very quick. Pinch off the backboard. Massimo was just a little bit too far up. He wasn't expecting the pinch to go very far out. Now Massimo is going to try and create something once again. Wolf is going to be back alone. Have too much boost and is going to get demo mode for his out.
Dylan. Oh, that is a beautiful first pop and to put it to the back left corner. I mean, wow, the control from the corner is incredible. Massimo, he expected to drop down, but the pop right back to it. The 2v1, the demo opens it all up. It's such a difficult thing to break down when once Dylan has that momentum, he does not stop for anything. Wolf to the backboard. That's a big miss, but the shot's not on. Arrow, he's got to break it out of their half now. Massimo and Wolf trying to do something. The bump doesn't come through, and Dylan walks it in. Hat trick Hero with a minute into the game.
What just happened there? The Hurricanes aren't looking much like Hurricanes. They're more looking like the tropical storms, maybe even the rainstorms. That was ugly to say the very least. And Dylan will just walk it in with the weirdest free goal of his life. Now they're looking to add another, and they are eating the Hurricanes alive.
This is definitely not the plan that the Hurricanes had coming into it. I mean, Arrow and Dylan, we didn't see Dylan yesterday, but just the years of UR and the legacy that he holds is on a different level. I mean, when we're talking about maybe MVP as well, Dylan wasn't there for day one. Arrow did a lot of the heavy lifting, but now we see Dylan. He has shown up in a massive way, and he's trying to do it all himself again. Back past Arrow. Dylan still forcing it through. Hurricanes, they'll finally get a second to breathe. That's only because Dylan ran out of boost now. He's going to get boost, do it all again. Arrow, what a redirect!
No way! Arrow going off the sidewall and getting the redirect in the net, getting so much power from that. Absolutely gorgeous. And oh, there is not much else to say about that one. Arrow just lining it up and shooting it, and they hit the apple.
Oh my, and if you thought UR was slowing down anytime soon, I mean, Arrow, he's just pushing that much further. We're not even at halftime yet, and it's 5-0. Hurricanes, they need to come up with something here. Their tournament life is on the line right now. Massimo is going to try to start it. He's got the first flick. Dylan, it's not a great touch. He'll get it to the backboard. No follow through. Massimo, it's a floater. Wolf, follow up. It's on the goal line. Dylan, a rock on defense, on offense. It doesn't matter. It will not be scored. We've got a 1v1 with the Rule 1.
This has to be the best thing for the Hurricanes. They need some scoring, and they need it fast. In the 1v1, maybe that's the strat for them. Unless Dylan can score it really quickly. Here, I think, oh, that's a great bump. And the Wild will take another one. The most worrying stat for the Hurricanes being down this bad is they only have 3 shots. That is not where you want to be, especially with the Wild having 11. It's very worrying, and I don't see much from the Hurricanes.
It is kind of, once a twos game goes very wrong, it is so hard to come back in it. A lot of wonderful game 7s in FDL have been ruined because there is just something different in the game of twos that once you just ride the momentum, it is so hard to break out of that chain that the other team just has going on. Dylan and Arrow right now, they've just got it going on, and that touch is so unfortunate, and it's a 7-0 lead. Dare I say we go to Brazil soon?
I don't know if we're going to be able to go to Brazil, because I don't know if the Hurricanes can even take one. They haven't shown me that they can score. Why would I assume we're going to Brazil? But that was absolutely tragic. Even though we do have 2 minutes left, it really felt like the nail in the coffin because the Wild are just doing everything right, and the Hurricane have no answer. They need to start right now.
The greatest comeback of all time. In just under 100 seconds left in the game, 7-goal. Is it possible? The way that the Wild have been playing, it doesn't appear likely. Wolf could start it now, though. We do go to Brazil. 90 seconds on the clock. Hurricanes, what are you made of?
They need to be made of more than titanium if they want to make this comeback happen. And you got to remember, even if they do make it happen, they're still going to be on match point. This is very, very stressful for them, but they just got to focus on getting this next game. And this is not going to help very much. Every second that the Wild are on their offensive half, that's a second wasted, and that's one less opportunity that's possible. That was a good push, a good idea, but it just does not follow through. The Wild, with some great defense, is just going to put a brick wall up and not let anything through. Now Massimo trying to get one more goal, just trying to start anything, but it will not happen.
Massimo trying for something else. He'll push it all the way downfield. Wolf caught up on the sidewall. Dylan slows it down. Not a lot of boost to work with. Wolf against Arrow. Full tank to work with. Arrow is just dancing around the side of the field right now. That's not a great touch. Massimo has a wide open net. He can walk it in.
Oh,
The post.
no.
And I feel like that's just how this game has been, though, Ajax. Oh my gosh!
No!
Shot through the heart with an arrow.
I can't watch. This is sad. This is so bad. Massimo having the miss off the backboard. No hope any longer. 20 seconds left. 7 goals. Dare I say it? It is impossible. This is not comeback material. Massimo maybe getting another one. No, it's off target once again. And the story of this game just has been missed opportunity after missed opportunity. And they're going to get one for the road. But I've got to say, the scoreline does not look much better.
No, and I credit the Hurricanes. They had a phenomenal first game. They had a wonderful game day one. But Vancouver Wild came to play the clutch heroes of day one against the Eggplants, and they ride that momentum into the grand finals. The first team is set. Dylan, massive turnaround for this game for his team.
And the Hurricanes went out in style. They had a really good first game. I really thought that would give them a lot of hope, but they just did not figure it out. In the twos, the Wild were absolutely dominant between Dylan and Arrow. There's nothing you can do. They're such a mechanical, fast team, so speedy, and they just got beat by it. Congratulations to the Wild. We will see them later tonight in the grand finals, but unfortunately, the Hurricanes will be dropped out of this.
Absolutely. But what a showing it was from the Hurricanes. Right now, we've got Dylan in the interview room with the one and only host, Rhino Boy.
What a game that was. Vancouver Wild taking out 3-1. They were able to drop a game today, not like they were yesterday, swept, but they still advanced to our grand finals. And as you can see, I am joined, not by Yor, as a matter of fact, but I am actually joined by Dylan here in the interview booth. First, how are you feeling after that game?
Feeling pretty good, confident.
I bet. Absolutely. I can imagine you are. Those threes games looked really close, but you absolutely dominated in those 2v2s. Is that a game mode that the Vancouver Wild has been particularly working on?
There's just a lot of chemistry with Arrow and I in twos. We play a lot in threes, we play a lot in twos, and so that really benefited us in those twos matches.
Yeah, it really did. Swept yesterday, obviously, 3-1 today. You said you feel confident, but in your overall play on the field, how are you guys feeling? It's evolving.
I think we're looking good. We have a few things to patch up, especially in threes. Twos, we looked pretty dominant and we felt really dominant. But in threes, it was more of like, okay, we're up 1 goal in 30 seconds. Let's kind of relax a little bit.
Yeah, that's something I want to speak to you about with the relaxing part, because clearly something happened between game 1 and 2, right? In your communications, what were those conversations that were happening in your VC like after that first game?
After the first, I'm assuming you're talking about the threes games, but after the first threes game, yours said, "I'm gonna play on defense. You guys need to chase," and so I mean that's what we did, right? So it worked out.
The great Rocket League mind of your absolutely smashing that one, and hey, it paid off in that game number 3, no doubt about that. You guys are going to play either the Jersey Jackals or Glacier Mint in the finals. Do you personally, Dylan, have a preference as to who you play there?
Not really. I think it would be really cool because Jersey Jackals are from UR, and so it'd be really cool to have a UR Grand Finals, right? Yeah.
I think that would be very interesting, and I bet the UR fans would absolutely love it. And I kind of want to talk to you about United Rogue as a whole. I mean, UR won both of their games yesterday, in sweeps no less. What do you think United Rogue has over the other 3 leagues here that sets them apart?
It's really competitive, so there's not really like, for the most part, there's not really like one person carrying. It's like a team situation, no matter like what the situation is. So like, and you're forced to play with players that are a little lower in the like salary cap, and so it really focuses on team play.
For sure, yeah, that absolutely comes across in the server as well. Last but not least, I want to give you some time if you want to promote anything or give any messages. You have the floor, sir.
Yeah, I stream on Twitch. I'm actually mostly a Valorant player these days, but I stream on Twitch on twitch.tv/dilltotheon.
I'm so sorry, I didn't realize he was a Valorant player. We will cut that out of the edit. No worries. That being said, thank you so much, Dylan, for joining us in the interview booth. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Thank you. Bye.
And thank you very much, everyone, for watching that game. As I've just said, the Vancouver Wilds taking it 3-1 over the MLE Hurricanes. And that actually means the end of the road for MLE in this event. But while they put up a serious fight in that last game, and it looks really good. But for the Vancouver Wild, they are officially through to our grand finals later tonight. But first, we have to find out who will be joining them. So come back in about half an hour at 8:15, and we will watch the Jersey Jackals take on Glacier Mint. We'll see you there.
like ice tracing on my scars. Why is it hurt on the inside. It's unforgivable, but I forgive you every time. Hard to let it go, 'cause we're intertwined. I break you, you break me, but something about it makes us so. Baby, every piece keeps us together in the cold. I break you, you break me, holding our love in chains of gold. I break you, you break me, holding our love in chains of gold. Frozen in my dream, I can't escape the thoughts of you. If I try to leave, when I'm with you I can't move. It's unforgivable, but I forgive you every time. Hard to let it go, 'cause we're intertwined. I break you, you break me, but something about it makes us whole. Maybe every piece keeps us together in the cold. I break you, you break me, holding our love in chains of gold. I break you, you break me, holding our love in chains of gold.
Infinite power, infinite power, infinite power, power, infinite power, infinite power, infinite power, infinite power. Infinite power. infinite power, infinite power, 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 power. Infinite power.
Me down, had me feeling alone. So long gone. Right here and now, we can try this again. If you're in, I gotta see what I need to be free. Far from my powers, had to go. I'm holding back, I've made it my plan. Seeing this next time, not sure how fun. Holding the key firmly in my hands. I'm looking forward, I know you're at the same. And this is it, I have nothing to lose. Now is the right time, I'm making my move. I wanna hide down. You can't bring me down. I wanna hide down. You can't bring me down.
Last game we found our first grand finalist of the first ever community clash. Vancouver Wild from United Rogue have taken their spot in the grand final, and we now have to find out who will join them there. Will it be their league compatriots in the Jersey Jackals, or are RSC here to upset everything and Glacier Mint take that from us? We will see within the next few minutes. And as you can see, of course, I am joined by the wonderful KG fan. How are you this evening, sir?
Oh, I'm doing wonderful. I can't wait to see what happens this game and the rest of the, of course, the rest of the tournament too. But this game, like you said, pretty darn important in my opinion. Does it send an entire league to the finals, or do we get two different representations? I can't wait to find out what happens.
Yeah, I can't wait to find out what happens either. We do have a little bit of roster movement as the Jackals are going to be coming in with Sizz, Rumble, and Mayo. They have changed out from yesterday. Obviously, Lottie Lettuce subbing in for Sizz. And as for Glacier Mint, they're running with Gaherpaderp, Rumble, and Tons. So again, Spark Nova not in the crew today, being replaced by Rumble. KG, these are two new rosters by all accounts. We haven't seen them so far in the community clash run this exact lineup. What makes that a more interest? What makes What is it about that makes this a more interesting game? There we go. We got there in the end.
I would say personally, I wanted like kind of like you call it the cold, if they're cold, if you will. I know they have time to warm up, but they didn't get the chance to play any games in the actual clash itself. So, you know, that there's a little bit more on the line than just playing some ranked matches or doing some scrims. They're here to represent, and I think that could change things. They might be either really excitable or maybe a little not as aggressive. We're gonna see what happens in their gameplay. I can't wait to find out there, Rhino.
And we are about to find out as game one is underway. Tons versus Poofy on the kickoff. Mayo going to be on the sidewall. Fellow Rat, as me and KG are in FTL. Love that man, as Sizz going to all get met by a big 50 from Rumble. And he's going to push it over to the corner to get some early pressure from the Glacial Mint. That one's going to fly across the front of the net, but not going to find its home. And yeah, good early pressure coming out from the Glacial Mint.
Yes, they kind of needed that nice little play here. I think that's something that maybe if they were really aggressive here, it's going to hit the ceiling. Good job by Tons, Sizz, and Poofy trying to get there. Can't quite do it. Mayo getting that 50 across the other side. A nice 50 going towards goal here. Poofy, good job getting that to the opposite side as Tons keeping it in. Hits off the ceiling. Mayo, good deflection. Rumble, great catch. Into the side. Mayo tries to 50 it. Sizz is able to get there. Herpeter going up. Poofy's there. A little bit of an open goal opportunity. Rumble going for corner boost. Mayo going for goal. Nice hit, but Rumble with a great save, Rhino.
That's exactly what the Mint needed, right? That was incredible. Great save from Rumble. And yeah, I mean, this game is so even right now. It feels like it's very 50-50. Both teams with good offense. Tons here going to look to do just that. Good save from Poofy as he reads that one and puts it over into the corner. Herpedup going to try and beat two, can only beat one as Sizz comes around the side. Tons going to pick it up in midfield. Rumble going to get on the end of it, puts it into the corner. No one's there to receive, and Mayo's going to boom it back down in the middle of the field. Tons is the first to get there, puts it to the side. No one to receive though, and Poofy going to try and find an aerial into Mayo, who's going to look for the double touch. Rumble's going to be there first though, plays it over to the side. A bit of a feeling out process going on between these two teams right now as they both try and figure out where they want to play most effectively on the pitch. And now Sizz actually going to go up for this one. Herpedup misses it, but Sizz cannot catch up to the ball, and Mayo, good challenge there on the sidewall. Gets the bump as well. That could cause problems, and does indeed. Poofy taking advantage of the bump, fires that one into the top left-hand corner, and the Jersey Jackals take the lead 1-0.
Yeah, I see what Rumble's trying to do there, but unfortunately, there was a good read by the defense right there, if you know what I mean, and led to a good goal. That's where the physicality can come in and really change things, and I'm glad to see it right off the bat. It's only been 2 minutes, and I like the change. No one had really gotten into each other's cars yet, and that led to a goal as Sizz tries to take control of it. Unfortunately, fortunately does get a clear, gets a good dunk. Poofy can't quite find its home in the back of the net as Rumble tries to make a play out of this. Mayo taking over, Herpedup getting in front of it with Poofy reading that one, looking to make a play on it. Can't quite do it. Rumble back pass. Down to Tons, up to Rumble. And unfortunately, nothing leading to that. It was just they're not really finding any sort of rhythm here, the Glacier Mint.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. They seem to be working off different hymn sheets right now as no real passing plays to speak of. They're not kind of working as that team. Herpedup's going to intercept that pass though. Keep the pressure on this back line from the Jersey Jackals, and Rumble, good catch, but gets demoed for his trouble. Tun's going to try and make the most of it though. Puts that one up for Herpedup. He's unchallenged. He's going to put it towards the bottom left-hand corner. It's a great save from the greatest organization in the FTL, and that's the Rats. But on this occasion, he is playing for the Jersey Jackals. As Tons now, Herpedup gets demoed in net. Can they capitalize? Poofy going to put that one up, looking for the double touch, going to drop it down. Actually, no. Going to not quite get over the top of it, and that one's going to go over the bar. Herpedup making the most of this one, playing it around the side. Going to look for the pass. Actually, no, he's not Tons. Maybe should have done a little bit more, but Sizz there with the save keeps the score at 1-0, KG.
This is a good dunk by Sizz. Poofy can't get in there. Good job by Herpedup to stop that one. Rumble trying to read this, sending it opposite side. Poofy reads it's going to go wide right. Herpedup missing it. A few misses here, but it looks like Tons is going to be able to get a decent clear out, giving a chance for the teammates to get back. Sizz trying to read it. Herpedup sending it up as Mayo tries to catch it and send it right back. Poofy trying to get in front of Rumble, trying to be a bully as I believe the Jackals have definitely been more physical than the Glacier Mint all game long, but there's still a minute to go here, Rhino. Still plenty of time as it's only 1-0.
It is only 1-0, but Poofy's trying to change that. Good aerial coming off the ceiling, but it's a good read from Rumble, who's been a stalwart in defense all game long. And now they try and get a counter-attack going. Geherbertop trying to play it around Sizz, doesn't quite get there. Poofy gets there first. Tons looking for the shot, but not able to find it. 36 seconds. The time is going away from the Glacier Mint. Geherbertop puts it down. Mayo booms it over, trying to take some more time off this clock. Geherbertop gets up looking for the pinch, not quite going to find it. Rumble needs to be there first, and he's not. Sizz gets a double touch. Mayo trying to be a disruptor, not particularly getting that one to go though. Sizz going to turn on it. Good demo from Rumble, but Sizz might not need any help, and he doesn't. Sizz on the far right hand side, sizzling hot as he plays it off the back wall, gets the second touch, and that's 2-0 with 13 to go.
It doesn't look like much, but that was 33 miles an hour, and going backwards and punching that one in, that is a very nice hit, very solid. Tons almost gets a kickoff goal. That would have made things interesting. Ball's a little too far. It's going to get hit in a weird way. Sizz with a great save. Tons trying to go up, send it in, gets the score. 2 seconds left. There's still a possibility, even though the chances are a little lower.
There is always a chance when there's only one goal in it and the time isn't 0. So we'll see what happens from this kickoff. The Glacier Mint at least maybe get some momentum going into that second game. But firstly, they want to get this into OT. Tons, oh, that's on the floor. That's a great work from Jackals to keep that ball down. Make sure there's absolutely no possibility of Glacier Mint keeping that ball up. And they win the first game 2-1. But KG, what a game to kick us off with.
Darn right it was, especially at the end. I loved how that like big 2-0 lead as it kept going down and down was so much bigger with 10 seconds left. But that little score, you never know. These players are skilled enough to get that last second goal, keep that ball up, and make those nasty shots. So you gotta be careful. You still gotta keep your wits about you. Jackals did. They won that one 2-1. You're right. What a game! I love this. This is gonna be awesome. I can't wait for the rest of this series.
And the rest of this series will take place very, very soon, as we're going to kick things off with the first 2v2 game of this series. I'm not 100% sure who that favors. Obviously, the Jersey Jackals, Sizz and Poofy, have a long-standing relationship, have been a partnership for a very, very long time over in United Rogue. However, the Glacier Mint looked really, really good in that 2v2 game that they played yesterday as well against the Dragons. So, KG, I mean, where do you think this 2v2 game goes?
Oh, this is going to be actually, like you said, this is tough. I like it's going to change a lot. Your mentality changes, the 2v2 aspect. You don't have that third man, and you just played a game that way. You know, if you can make that switch, I think the first team that can make the switch is going to be the team that has the advantage.
Yeah, it's an interesting one coming out here as Rumble, who was the best performing player in stats wise on Glacier Mint, is not chosen for a 2v2. It's Geherbertop and Tons, and maybe these two have the better chemistry. We'll find out as Geherbertop flies through the air looking to get that pass into Tons, and this is one of those players who you do not want to give time to. Geherbertop is incredible in the air. He will absolutely find any weaknesses in the defense. That one's just going to hit the crossbar. He gets demoed for his troubles. He needs to pick up the boost and does, and he's going to get the beat over Poofy as well. 2v1 opportunity. Geherbertop coming around the side, trying to beat Sizz. Fakes out one. Going to get the bump as well. Oh, but Tons isn't going to be there to read it. Tons keeps the pressure on though. Puts that one up into the corner, but Geherbertop's already gone all the way back. And it's time for some Jersey Jackals pressure. Sizz flying through the air, gets bumped. Oh, it's going to hit the crossbar. Poofy going to be there on the rebound.
What a
save! Save, but Sizz! Oh my goodness, that save is going to be written about for years to come, but Sizz is going to be there to put it in anyway. Wow, what a play.
Oh, I watched Geherbertop land, just unfortunately was in the air too long, couldn't land in time. Very good play by Sizz to get that in there, but what a good defensive play. Are we going to have another 1-0 game? I don't think so. This is 2. Usually the scores get a little crazy. Sizz trying to make a nice play here. Poofy looking to make an inside shot. Can't quite bully it in there, Rhino. We've got a minute to go. Or sorry, a minute has gone by, and the Jackals they're looking pretty darn good right now.
Yeah, they are, but Geherbertop could have easily equalized there. That one needed to be on target. It was an open net. Double commit coming out for the Jackals, but On this particular occasion, he does not get it to go. Sizz plays that one up, looking for the double touch, not going to find it, and now it's Gherpadup to put some pressure on the Jersey Jackals defense, looking for the aerial. Poofy going to read it, but Tons turns it around. Gherpadup's going to be there first off the back wall. Can Tons get there? No. Sizz gets the clearance and is able to push it even further forwards. Gherpadup is up nice and early, though, to make sure the Glacier Mint are back on defense, trying to get a counter going of their own. Actually, Sizz on the sidewall, going to look to go forwards. Gherpadup gets bumped for his troubles, but actually is able to get that ball back into midfield. And then Demos says, I'm going to take my revenge, takes Poofy out of the server. Sizz does the same. Big plays coming out from both sides. That's a nasty reverse flick.
Wow.
Poofy steals the goal, but Sizz, oh my goodness, that backflip was insane.
Yeah, the demo that the Glacier Mint put on, they had a chance to push upfield. They couldn't quite get out of the way. Sizz playing really aggressive right now, doing a fantastic job early, 2 minutes in. And right now, they are doing a great job of keeping the Glacier Mint a little off their game right now. But they're, again, I feel like the talent here for both teams is there. So there's definitely lots of time to go in this game right now. But I do like what I see out of the Jackals a lot.
Yeah, I do as well. They know exactly when they can push both forwards. They're great on the defensive recovery. Tons needs to be good on the defensive recovery here, and it's an open net for the minute. He's going to put it on, but Poofy is going to get back in time. As the Glacier Mint need to get something going forwards, and they're really struggling to get those dangerous shots. We talk about the quality of shot being almost more important than the quantity, and this might be a quality shot here from Sizz, looking for the top right-hand corner. Not able to find it. Poofy puts that one on, though. No one back on defense. The demo comes through, and it is capitalized on. 3-0 Jersey Jackals. This game's getting out of hand.
Oh, it is getting out of hand. Unfortunately, the Glacier Mint really need to find something. They need to score quick to get themselves back in this game. But you know what? That's it. They have to get something going. This is an opportunity. 2v1 here. Definitely an opportunity. Great save by Poofy, though. Not quite quick enough. Gherpadup and Tons right now. Maybe not on the same page. I'm not sure what's going on, but they're just a little bit slower than the Jackals, and it's showing as Tons goes up. Sizz reading that one. Gherpadup, nice little catch, takes this boost. Tons tries to demo Sizz. Poofy, great defense yet again. Easy save for the Jackals, and they're on a counterattack yet again.
4 saves for Poofy in this game with still 1 minute 33 on the clock. It's absolutely unbelievable defense coming out from Poofy. Sizz pushing forwards, not going to get that one to go. Maybe a fake, maybe a whiff. We're never going to know, but on that particular occasion, Tons is able to pick it up and turn it around. But already the Jackals are back on a defensive formation, and you're not going to be able to break that down very easily. In fact, Poofy is going to do the opposite, fires it into the middle of the net. Poofy is doing the most. 3 goals, 4 saves, 1 assist, been involved in every single play from the Jackals, and it shows. What a player.
Yes, they are just... they're faster. They're just faster right now. That right there. Tons tried to get there in time. Unfortunately, couldn't land. Poofy was there. Good job. Gherpadup with a decent kickoff, but unfortunately, Sizz right there to read it. Gets it to Tons, but gets a block. That was an open goal opportunity for Tons. Minute to go. 4-0. Unless they make something big happen now, like the time is starting to tick down to where it's going to get mighty hard there right now.
Yeah, it sure is, and Glacier Mint have been put on ice a little bit as Sizz is going to be flying for this one, looking for the double touch. Gherpadup going to prevent any chances of that happening. Looking for maybe a pinch there was Tons, not going to find it. Just a bit too slow to get to that ball, which we've kind of mentioned a little bit on this cast. Tons going to turn around on this one versus Sizz. Bit unsure really where to go with that, and it's quite apparent that when the Glacier Mint see kind of the defensive line of the Jackals, they don't really have a plan. There's no way that they know they can break this back line down, and maybe they're getting in their heads a little bit about it, but it's quite unfortunate to see as Sizz going to look for the exclamation point. The Jersey Jackals looking like the Jersey Devils as they come through with a 5-0 victory in game number 2.
Oh, they definitely don't want anybody else representing the Community Clash other than one league. They're looking for it. They can taste it with less than 10 seconds to go here, Rhino. We've got another game. Nice little bump by Tons there. It's still kind of fun to watch the end of these games. But
Of course.
with this ball, when it drops, the Jackals will be 1 game away from the finals. They're here. They're gonna just be the only ones lonely on that island, if you know what I mean.
Does certainly seem that way. They're keeping this ball up, providing the entertainment. Poofy going to keep it up as well. Double commit coming out from the Mints. Is going to try and catch it, looking for the flick. Not going to find it. Gaherpadup puts it into the corner. Poofy keeps it up. They're going to keep going. Tons looking to play it down to Gaherpadup, but the ball finds its way onto the floor. Good clean fun there from both teams, but the Jackals win out the game. I mean, what I will say is Poofy wins out the game. My goodness, that man was on a mission that game.
Yes, 3 for 5, 4 saves. Saved every single shot Glacier Mint had.
Yeah.
They were 0 for 4 against against Poofy and 0 for 0 against Sizz on shots. So Poofy definitely just took the defensive mantle and put it on the shoulders and rode around the entire match. It was fantastic to watch.
It absolutely was, and I wonder if Glacier Mint are going to be starting to rethink their doubles decision as to which players were in, because as I say, Rumble had a fantastic game in the threes in game 1, showed up and showed out, top scorer on his team, but not chosen for that 2v2 game, and I wonder if that's going to be playing on the mind of the Glacier Mint.
Oh, definitely. I mean, to be honest, I would too. Like you're here for pride and you're trying to sacrifice everything you can. You want this. I feel like you want this. I saw it yesterday. These teams were fighting hard, and I know that they're going to go out there. They're going to change something up. They're going to talk. They're going to put a little bit of extra effort into this. So you're going to see the Jackals. I'm actually going to be excited to see if the Jackals just answer right back right away, or if we're going to have another game in our hands.
Let's see if that is the case. The situation is thus: the Jersey Jackals win this game. It is done, and they are through to the grand finals of the Community Clash to take on the Vancouver Wild. However, if the Glacier Mint are able to pick this one up, then they will go to one more game in a 2v2 at least, and then they need to win that one to get the reverse sweep, and we are way off that for the moment as we have to focus on this threes game. Tons flying up in the corner, actually get Herbed up, going to get on the end of that one, but it's going to be cleared by Sizz. Rumble going to look for the top right hand corner, just going to fly over. Nice shot placement, unlucky not to find the back of the net there.
Yes, that was the right play. But again, they're just right now. This is one of those situations where I think that they just, if they start missing shots, not to worry. Eventually they'll go in. You keep going. Just battle of attrition, you can win. But right now we're a minute in. A little bit dangerous. But oh my gosh, the Jackals defense, they do trust each other to make the right play. What a pass by Rumble to Gaherpadup. Gaherpadup can't read it. Open goal opportunity here for Mayo. Easy shot. There's a little bit of a tease at the end right there, Rhino.
Yeah, he thought about just letting it go in. Sometimes you don't want to steal the goals from your teammates. And I respect that from Mayo, but in the end, he does get the final touch. And there it is. Big raid coming in from Rocket Underground, by the way, on the Twitch. Thank you very, very much. We are here in the semi-finals of the Community Clash. We are watching the Jersey Jackals take on the Glacier Mint. RSC versus UR. Winner of this goes through to the grand finals taking place at 9:30 this evening. Poofy coming around the side, looking for a shot there, but is going to get stopped by Tons. And I have to say, I really think the Glacier Mint have been really good at maintaining a lot of offensive pressure. They got countered for that goal, but if they can keep this pressure up and keep putting shots on net, eventually one of them's going to drop. Rumble going to look for that shot now. Looks for the double touch, but Sizz is going to be there with the clear.
Tons going up for this one. Has a chance. It's going to go near post. Rumble can't turn. Gaherpadup setting it in. Great save by, I believe, Mayo, or maybe even Poofy, or maybe both of them. They just kind of, chopsticked it almost. It was an interesting little play. Gaherpadup is able to stall it, gives their team a chance to get back. Tons is getting there faster, looking to rotate her. Poofy sending it in. Nobody really there as Sizz comes off the wall. Not sure what type of play that was, but they are up 1-0 right now. They can afford a little bit of a change up here. Sizz trying to keep this inside, but Tons going up for it, hitting it away to Mayo. Mayo keeping it in the corner. Tons sending it up. Gaherpadup and Rumble up. Yeah, definitely double commit right there, but let's see if we've got anything as Sizz beats to it. Tons trying to beat Poofy, but Poofy sending it, and now they have a little bit of a 3v1 here. Gerber reading that one. Opportunity for an open goal. Can't get it in there, Rhino. Oh my gosh,
no.
another opportunity wasted there, Rhino. No.
That's so heartbreaking. That should absolutely be Glacier Mint going 1-0, and instead they're 2-0 down. I find it so difficult at this level to say miscommunication, but that's exactly what it is. Geherpedup went up for that first one. He missed wide left. Fine, but he tried to atone for his mistakes. Went for the ball again. No, you've got to rotate around. Trust that your teammates are going to be there. And as for Tons and Rumble, again, the communication needs to be there. They both need to say, one of them needs to say, right, I'm going for this ball. The other needs to respect that. Fall off. And that's a fantastic bump. And Poofy is going to be there again, doing just amazing work for this Jersey Jackals side, and they are capitalizing on every single mistake that the Glacier Mint are making.
Yes, I think the Glacier Mint, the only way to get back into this is to literally ignore everything that just happened, take a deep breath, trust yourself and trust your teammates, and just go for it and play some Rocket League and have at it, because you need something to happen. You've got less than 2 minutes to go. 3-0 against a really, really good team. If you've not been watching, yes, a really good team. It's been fantastic to watch, but again, still a lot of Rocket League to be played here. Opportunity here. Tons can't beat Sizz to the ball there. Rumble coming up, hitting it into the corner. They've been, like you said, doing a good job of offensive pressure, just not able to get to the back of the net, and yet again, not able to get another one in the back of the net, Rhino.
What a 50 from Sizz is going to put that one on the back wall, and it's a little bit messy for the three of the Glacier Mint, but Rumble's coming forwards. That's a great bump, great save from Poofy. That's his hat-trick of saves right there for this game. Just an absolute menace at the back for the Jersey Jackals. Glacier Mint can't get past him. They're going to try this time, but Mayo is there this time, and that's his hat-trick of saves as well. 6 saves on the side of the Jackals in total for this game. They just cannot be broken down right now. Mayo gonna look for the catch, passes that up to Poofy. Poofy gonna push it forwards, playing it into the corner, looking for the pinch, gets it. Oh no, 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 no.
I had flashbacks of some things in the recent weeks on a goal like that, and I feel bad. I understand exactly how it happens. It's not a happy thing that you can go through, but you know what? You got to try to shrug that off. Less than a minute to go here. Just keep fighting, keep playing some Rocket League, but right now the Jackals are in the driver's seat.
No way.
Oh my gosh, that would have been a sick little play there. Rhino had to gotten that one too.
Yeah, shout out to the Frontier Doubles League for doing exclamation point Eagles for that last goal. We thank you very much for maintaining that one. Tons, it's another one! Oh no, Mayo, that probably was looking for the top right-hand corner anyway. It's definitely on target. I'm pretty sure the redirect was absolutely disgusting. Tons not able to get back. And I think it's probably fair to say that United Rogue have absolutely demolished the Community Clash. And it looks like those two teams are going to be playing each other in the Grand Finals, KG. And by the way, that's super hype.
Oh no, it definitely is. You got to be proud if you are part of that community. I hope that if anybody's here, you give a shout out to yourselves as well as your own community. You got to just shout it out. Hey, we're part of the United Rogue. We're here. And then if you're a fan of the teams that are in it, also a big shout out to them. Let them know that you're here and you are, supporting them, because I'm telling you, the grand finals is going to be exciting, especially if it's going to be two teams like this going to meet. We're going to see some really good Rocket League, Rhino.
Oh, we are about to witness something very, very special. There is no doubt about that. Shout out Geherpedup, Rumble, and Tons. They put up a great fight in game 1, but they just couldn't keep that momentum going. The 2s almost destroyed them, and then that second 3s game definitely did. But my goodness, we have to talk about Poofy, Sizz, and Mayo. They have been absolutely amazing from the first minute of the Community Clash. Wow, what a team.
Yes, ended it is kind of what they did. They just basically said, it's time to go. Let's go to work. We're here to represent this is it. They're here to represent. Now it's kind of one of those things. Do you have any pressure to represent even more in your league? Is there going to be like an internal, like a struggle here between two of the rival teams here. Hey, I'm better than you. We won the community. I'm trying to stir the pot.
Yeah, absolutely. Always try and stir the pot for sure. We are going to bring our guest into the booth, though, and please welcome Sizz from the Jersey Jackals. Sizz, pleasure. How are you today?
I'm doing pretty well this fine evening. Nice to meet you, Rhino. Pleasure talking to you. Such a go at casting.
Oh, thank you, my man. It's such a GOAT player, Sizz, no doubt about that. You guys absolutely took it to Glacier Mint and you won 3-0 in a sweep. Were you expecting that kind of game, or was it kind of one that just kind of fell your way?
I mean, I honestly wasn't sure what to expect because I didn't know who we were playing against. But I mean, when you have Poofy and Mayo on your team, you just always expect greatness, and they've never failed to disappoint me. They're just insane at the game, and I love sitting in the backpack, you know?
You did not sit in the backpack, no shot about that. I want to talk to you a little bit about your relationship with Poofy because you guys have been playing together for a really, really long time. When you've been playing the game with someone else for that long, what is your relationship like in the comms? Is it very, very calm? Is there something more to it? Talk to us about that relationship.
I mean, it's kind of this like when we were playing the twos match, we didn't even hardly say anything. It's just kind of like we know where we're gonna be at, and it's just when you play with each other for that long, you just kind of understand and know exactly the play style you have. So it's just kind of like chill, talking about the game, what's happening, just laughing it up.
Yeah, nice. Must be nice for sure. I also want to talk to you about the Community Clash as an event, right? Because United Rogue have very kindly given us two of their best teams in the Jersey Jackals, the Vancouver Wild, and you are the two teams who are going to be playing in our grand final. Talk to me about what winning the Community Clash would mean for a franchise like the Jersey Jackals.
I mean, it would just be amazing to bring that to Twinkie. He's such a great GM. Honestly, one of the coolest GMs I've played for, and one of the honestly my favorite franchise in terms of colors. No shade to any other franchise. I just always loved their logo and design. But yeah, I mean, it'd be awesome. And even whoever wins, just seeing two UR teams in the final. I think that just shows the type of competitive play that we have. And even after all these seasons, we're just getting better and better. And I think everyone likes to see us do well.
Absolutely, they do. And there is something I kind of wanted to talk to you about that Dylan I covered for the Vancouver Wild, and I want to get your take on it as well. United Rogue, both teams in the final. You talked about the competitiveness. Do you believe that it's that competitive nature of the league that is what's seen your teams go through to the grand finals? If not, what else is it about the league that means that you guys are here?
I think it's just one of those things where everyone understands that, there's a lot of people playing here for fun, but we also love to compete. And, there's people like Dylan, Arrow, Yor that have been around for a while and are still insane and top of the league. And, I remember seeing Yor win the Ramen Bowl championship and being like, oh my gosh, I want to do that. This dude looks insane. And, nothing's changed except he's just gotten even better. And I think last season's Ramen Bowl was honestly one of the most competitive seasons I think I've played. People just loved playing. It was so close every game, and I think that just shows the growth of the league. And I think something like this just makes people want to play even more.
Absolutely. Speaking about playing more, you have one more game to play here at the Community Clash against the Vancouver Wild. Talk to me about this game because I as an outsider to UR, is there some kind of rivalry going on? Is there something that you guys are fighting for, or is it just all good vibes? You guys are good friends, and you're going to go and put on a show in that grand final.
I just want it to be a good series. To be honest, every time that I've ever played Vancouver has always been a fun, close series, and I always joke around and say that Vancouver is like the NRG of UR. Like they've just been around for so long, but it's like their skill ceiling just never stops. They're always at the top. They're always insane, and always such a fun series to play against them. And I don't care who wins. I just want it to be a good series, and I know it will be because those guys are just such a fun team to play against.
You don't care who wins this, but I do. I want a prediction from you. what is the score of the grand final? I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but let me know.
I'm
Best
gonna
of
say, for the sake of competitive integrity, I'm gonna say 4-3. And you didn't specify a team score, so I'm just gonna leave you with a score, and y'all can guess which team takes it.
Who PR trained this guy? I thought we were getting like volunteers and people who didn't know what they were talking about. That's an expertly answered question. Very well done. I'll have to go back to the drawing board on that one. But all the best of luck for the grand final, Sis. There's a load of people in chat rooting for you. Thank you so much for taking the time out for this interview.
And thank you all for taking the time to run this. Much love.
Much love. And thank you very much for watching the second semi-final of the Community Clash. That leaves us with one game left. It is, of course, the grand final. We are bringing it to you live in 10 minutes. The Vancouver Wild, the Jersey Jackals, who will take the inaugural Community Clash title? You're just going to have to tune in to find out. We'll see you in 10 minutes. weekend is so nearly coming to a close. The Community Clash has been one of the biggest events in North American Rocket League history. However, we still have one final game. After 6 series, 21 individual games of Rocket League, we land here with an United Rogue versus United Rogue final. The Vancouver Wild taking on the Jersey Jackals to have the prestige of being the first ever Community Clash champions. Who will win? We will find out inside the next 7 games of Rocket League. That's right, folks. This grand final is a best of 7. 3v3s, 2v2s, alternating between games 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 if we need it. I hope everyone in chat is ready because I know the 2 men either side of me definitely are. The first person I will introduce is the man with the completely useless green screen. It is KG Fan. How are you this evening?
I'm doing great. It's not much of a green screen. It does block whatever's behind me, and that is exactly what it's doing its job. It's fantastic, I promise.
It looks fantastic. It's just not aligned. And on my left, we have the man who stepped in at the very last minute for this weekend, but has been an absolute gem to work with all weekend, bringing you so much action and an actually working green screen. Unbelievable from him. Ajax is in the booth. How are you?
I'm doing great, although this green screen doesn't do too much if there's not actually anything behind me. And I'm with KG. It's really just to cover my background.
Hey, that's fine. I wish I had something to cover my background, so I completely understand it. We have 2 United Rogue teams coming into this one. The Vancouver Wild route to get here. They beat the RSC Eggplant in a sweep in the first round, and they just recently today beat the Hurricanes from MLE, much to Ajax's dismay, 3-1 in the first game this evening. The Jersey Jackals, on the other hand, they swept the Bulls from MLE in round 1, and they also swept Glacier Mint from RSC in the game that me and KG have just casted. Both teams only 1 game lost across the entire weekend between these 2 teams. KG Fan, if that doesn't tell you that we've got the 2 best teams here, I don't know what does.
Oh, no, I agree 100%. This is actually going to be, this is a kind of do like this end up, even though it'd be kind of more fun to see a couple of rival leagues go at it. It is nice to see, though, that these 2 teams have basically dominated their entire run, and I'm looking forward to seeing if one team is better, are they going to dominate the other, or is it going to be that Game 7 that we're all hoping for?
Absolutely, we're all hoping for it. Ajax, there is proof in the pudding that United Rogue are arguably the best league here at the Community Clash. How do you think the other leagues after this particular game are going to respond to this result this weekend?
I really think they need to get their stuff together because this was absolute domination. I casted one of the matches earlier against the Hurricanes, and the Wild just dominated. I think that MLE could have done a much better job, but all these leagues did pretty well and had some good showings. It just ended up that UR played the best this weekend.
It just so happens to be that way. We are getting this grand final underway. Your casters are KG Fan and Ajax. Your teams are Vancouver Wild and Jersey Jackals. Who will take the inaugural Community Clash Championship? Let's find out. Take it away, KG.
Oh, hey, Ajax. I think I'm pretty excited to see what we've got going on here. Do you have a prediction specifically for these teams, or are you just kind of excited to see what they've got going on?
I have to give you both. I think I have to give you a prediction, which I think that the Wild are going to take it. I casted the game with them, and they really dominated the Hurricane. There's no reason that I would predict against them. There's nothing that I saw that was bad. Dylan and Arrow absolutely popped off, but we will see if that is correct as we get into game number 1 of the grand finals.
Oh, we got Poofy looking to go off the ceiling here, trying to get down in time. Dylan reading that one, getting the 50 win right off the bat. Beating Sizz. Nice little delay there, but Mayo is right there as a third. Fluero beating Poofy. Sizz sending it in. Dylan reading that one very well. Sizz trying to send it right back in. Poofy reading it, but a good save yet again by Dylan, who you just spoke about all over the place. Mayo trying to beat Yor. Yor is able to get that deflected. Another 50 by Dylan on Sizz. And right off the bat, 30 seconds in, a lot of action. And even though, again, no goals scored, both teams are meeting each other. Both teams are reading each other. This is going to be an exciting game.
Yeah, this is a best of 7, which is the first time this weekend, but that means these teams have more time to read each other. That was a little bit dangerous, Dylan not being able to connect. But these teams have a lot more time to read each other because, you know, those extra 2 games are so influential. It's a best of 7 now from the best of 5. That being said, you still only have a max of 4 freeze games, which, you know, is not too much time, so you can't afford to have too much of a slow start. So these teams are definitely going to want to start scoring early and often. Nothing happening in the first minute and a half.
No, a little bit of an open net opportunity. Dylan yet again. Second save of the day already, and I feel like there could have been a third technically. Mayo trying to go up for it, looking to make a little bit of a touch on there. Can't get it down inside the goal. It was a pass, but nobody there. Fluero coming off the wall is able to dunk Poofy. Mayo sending it to Sizz. Sizz sending it up. Dylan not hitting that one. Poofy keeping it down, going up for Mayo. A nice read by Fluero. Sizz coming in, missing that one. A lot of cars flying by, not able to get this at the back of the goal. Another opportunity. Poofy trying to get this in. You're sending it to the corner, giving themselves a chance as Mayo bumps Fluero to the ball. Getting it right back in is Sizz. Dylan trying to clear it. Poofy keeping it right back inside. The action still doing pretty well as Mayo sending it aside, and Dylan able to get it clear there, Ajax. A lot of action, but no goal.
Yeah, I don't know how that happened. And first time the Wild coming to the other side. That's almost a goal. Well, it's an open net opportunity. Luckily, it was saved away by the Jackals. Now, this is the first Wild extended stint in their offensive half. They're going to need to start something because off the bat, the Jackals came out swinging. They had so many opportunities there, and even though none of them really connected, it does set the pace, and it does show that they have a lot of offensive ability. And they likely will score quite a few more. This has been a very low-scoring game, and we're past the halfway point. And I am so lost as to how neither team has scored. Sizz might have the open net and puts the first one in right as I say that.
Yeah, I think you're just maybe a little, didn't have any boost, tried to pick up pads, and didn't have enough as they took a little bit of an awkward angle back. Good job by the defender or the offensive player there to steal the corner boost, and I think that might have been a big factor, and I think that's a part of the gameplay that it's hard to read sometimes, you know, the boost factor, because you're not able to see everybody's at all times, although we do have a great overlay here to give you that opportunity. So I don't know, like sometimes things can get a little weird in there, Ajax, but great defense, offense/defense right there by the Jackals.
Yeah, no, the Jackals have had smothering offense, and I'm really liking what they're putting on. That being said, what an angle! Fluero trying to shoot that one into the bullseye, almost getting it done, but the net is wide open. Dylan can't find the first shot, but follows it up with another and gets that one through. The Wild will tie this game up.
How unfortunate. Fluero was able to basically bump Sizz and Mayo off of the ball, making it awkward. That ball lands right at Dylan, and I gotta say, Dylan, what a finesse touch the first time to not send it flying far away and give himself a chance to get that equalizer. Minute 30 here, Ajax. This has been a wonderful game. I think this is, again, a reason why we have these teams. Dylan demoing Sizz on the back end. Only one player to get an attempt there, and nothing happened. And as the defense is able to clear to the opposite side, giving themselves maybe a little bit of a chance here, but nothing going as Dylan decides to wisely back away from that one.
Going to be again into the Jackals front half. They're going to try and start something here because they've had so much pressure, but somehow they're tied up. So they got to try and fix that mistake, but not without the Wild putting up a great fight. That's a great double tap to relieve so much pressure and maybe get some of their own. But the Wild defense has been so impressive. They're not letting much through. It feels like a brick wall has been put up in net, and they're just working at chipping it away right now.
Good hit by Dylan. Flew with a nice little center opportunity, but Sizz reading that one. Flu coming up on it, sending it in. That's high. Poofy, a little bit of an awkward touch, but sends it up to Sizz. Yours getting beat too. Sizz trying to get a play on it and is able to get it in. And unfortunately, I think Flu Arrow, own gold that. Yes, that definitely own gold. Unfortunately, Flu Arrow.
That is one that you definitely don't want to clip. Flu Arrow finding the angle off of the pass from Sizz. A gorgeous shot, just not on the right net. That is not what you want to see. Vancouver has had such a good defensive stint. Just somehow that one goes in. That's not what you want to see. And they might redeem themselves from it. Somehow it doesn't go in. Now Dylan, under 10 seconds, is going to try and find something, but Poofy sends that one away. And as soon as that one hits the ground, the Jackals will take game number 1 in a little bit of a weird fashion.
Yeah, so that's just an unfortunate thing. If you're Flu Arrow, you just got to ignore that. You got to say, yeah, it happened. You got it. Just, it happened. Ignore it. There's got another game coming up. And actually got a few more games coming up. You have up to 7 games coming up. So you just ignore that one and move on, because that was a fantastic game you guys played. The Wild just not able to pull it out because obviously just one mistake kind of led to that.
Yeah, and that is one that you do not put on the highlight reel. The Jackals barely pulling it out, and for all of the offensive pressure that they had, and they had some pretty good offensive pressure, the one that goes in is the own goal. That's Rocket League sometimes, and they will definitely be happy with that. Now they're going to try and continue their momentum into the twos. Just a quick reminder to anyone just tuning in. In this community clash, we are alternating between 3s and 2s. So the first game, third game, fifth game, and seventh game will be 3s, and then the rest will be 2s. So it really resets the momentum back to 0. And we're going to see the Wild really try and pick up the pace in this 2 match.
Oh, I agree. Definitely, they don't want to go down 2-0. I know they still got plenty of time to get back into this series, 2-0, but that doesn't mean you're not looking to make a statement here. It's Flu Arrow, a little flip reset. Dylan's going to go up for it, very aggressive. Poofy gets the 50. Nice demo by Dylan. Flu Arrow has the angle. Dylan trying to bump Sizz and is able to get Sizz slightly out of position, and Flu Arrow just kind of bullies it in. That is a statement made right off the bat.
Dylan going for bumps. I find that so funny. And this is such an impressive Wild 2s team. Both of these players are very, very mechanical and are also really great at the fundamentals, which is a really scary combo to have. That's not a great point to make while they missed. That's a great shot on the other side from Sizz, just getting a second little pop there and ties this game up.
Yeah, Flu Arrow in no man's land. Poofy was able to get Flu Arrow out of position. And again, this high level, when the players are playing this well and they're this skilled, you can't really leave somebody like Sizz, somebody like Poofy, somebody like Dylan, somebody like Flu Arrow able to just give, that's too much space. And this is even. This is going to be a really good game as Flu Arrow beating Poofy. It's into the corner, a little bit of an opportunity. Flu Arrow is trying to beat Sizz and does. Sizz not able to come off the wall there, Ajax.
An incredible counterattack, just so fast, catching Sizz a little bit too far up, and then getting it into the corner to yourself. Flu Arrow, just textbook Rocket League right there. Just a great corner play to give them back the lead. Now, we can talk about the Wild's lead all we want, but if it happens like it did last time, it will dissipate very fast. Poofy almost doing their job.
Oh, this is a nice pass to Poofy. Flu Arrow, good defense here. Sizz is up, so is Dylan. Sizz trying to punch it down, and Poofy not able to get this in the bottom left corner. Dylan with a good 50 on Poofy, or Poofy with a good defensive play. Sizz coming in, missing the ball, bumping Dylan out of the way. Dylan beats Poofy. Sizz is going to come around, get that corner boost, and reset their chances here as they beat Flu Arrow a little bit right now. Dylan turning around on Sizz, trying to come down as Poofy, getting it to Sizz. The ball still in the air. Flu Arrow trying to make a play off of it, maybe a little air drag, but not able to get a nice quality touch, not able to bump Poofy. Poofy with a great shot, crossbar down. Sizz coming in and missing it, leaving it for Poofy. as Fluoro tries to get a bump on Poofy. Dylan coming up, a little bit of a miss. Open goal opportunity. It just sends it home, tying it up there, Ajax.
What a pass there. You can't get much better than that. Poofy just floating in the air, gets it off the backboard around Dylan, and just leaves that one for Sizz. That is exactly what we wanted to see, and this is why this match is going to be so good. These teams are so evenly matched, and we're tied up to prove it.
Oh, this is going to be a nice little opportunity for Sizz trying to do a flip reset. Fluoro with a nice save. Going up, trying to get an inside touch here. Can Dylan get this one? No, they can't. A great save by Poofy. The defense right here. Couple of saves for the Jackals, and they are still tied here. 3 minutes to go in this game. Lots of action still to come here as Fluoro coming off the wall, trying to get a double tap flip reset. Couldn't do it, and that was an opportunity yet again. Sending it in, but Sizz with a great save. The defense is here. Dylan giving Fluoro and themselves a chance to get back here. Sizz not able to get it. Good save by Fluoro yet again. Ajax, this is getting the action's ramping up. The intensity's getting there. Both teams want this.
Yeah, both of these teams also seem to have kind of the same game plan. They are looking for these solo plays to set up their teammates. They're going to the air dribble from the air dribble to the backboard and using that to set up the other one. Now they're looking for a flip reset. It's on target, but saved away by Fluoro. Dylan also there to give him moral support, but that will be not enough for that one. Sizz is going to put that one in, and the Jackals have their first lead of the game.
Oh, Sizz and Dylan have been flying around. I'm not taking anything away from Poofy right now. I just want to say that Sizz and Dylan have been flying around pretty crazy this game. It's been a sight to watch. They both want it. Both teams want it, but it's been a very good showing for these players. Flew with a good, solid, and honest shot. Poofy with a great defensive play on Dylan. Fluoro trying to catch this, but Sizz is able to read it as it comes off the car. Dylan coming down, nice little touch here, trying to sit it in, gets a good 50. Sizz is already up though, trying to get a good touch. Fluoro missing it, and there's a 2v1 opportunity, but Dylan gets dunked by Poofy. An opportunity for Poofy to send it in and gets a 4-2 lead. They've extended it minute 37. This isn't good for the Wild.
And that is exactly what they needed for the Jackals. They get that insurance goal that's desperately needed, especially since the Wild we've seen have such an explosive offense. Now, we really got to see Dylan get a little bit more involved. Fluoro just doing everything, having 4 saves, 2 goals. And I'm wondering when Dylan will come alive, because that is a time that you should be scared if you're on the side of the Jackals, because when Dylan starts cooking, that's a scary sight. So you really want to get him or keep him out of the play and try and say, you can't do much. And that is a great shot to show it. Sizz can extend this lead again.
Yeah, Sizz is showing some prowess in the scoring category. 4 of 6 shooting. Nice solid shots too on each of them. And when you're shooting this well at this time, now the Wild have to be they have to be careful whenever Sizz has the ball. You got to try to make them uncomfortable. And if Sizz keeps this up, that's momentum going into that next game. And you got that. You got the heat factor going on. You've got you're warmed up. It's just going to get more dangerous as the games go on. So I look forward to this last minute to see what the Wild have got. But it looks like they've got another goal down. They're down 6-2 now.
The farther we've gotten in this game, it really feels like the Jackals are starting to read the Wild better and better, and it's just snowballing into a worse and worse deficit for this Wild team. It doesn't look like they have much coming back since that first half of the game. The Jackals have just been absolutely dominated. They're realizing that the Wild really like to insta-commit in their offensive half, and they're taking advantage of that by taking possession, taking it into the air, where the Wild have a much worse chance at getting a good 50.
Yes, and Sizz trying to pass this to Poofy. It's not strong enough. Dylan reading it. Good job. Gets bumped away by Poofy. This is crossbar down. Fluoro trying to get it in. Can't quite get it, but does get that follow-up. That was calculated. I'll be honest, at first I thought they were trying to get this in the first time. No, that was definitely to get Poofy and Sizz out of there. And a good read. 6-3. I don't think there's quite enough time for them to get back in it, but I do think that they can get some momentum on their side for the next game.
Yeah, I think the most important thing right here is to prove that you can win in the team section. You have to prove that you're at least a little bit closer to this team than the score shows. And I think that goal really did it. That was a great mechanical play, but they definitely need a couple more for their confidence to be fully recharged. I don't know how much momentum hurts them. That's a great shot, putting them up by 4, and that feels like the nail in the coffin. But as I was saying, I don't know how much momentum in these individual games will affect it, because I feel like every time we change the mode, it kind of resets the momentum.
I agree. Actually, you can you have a one player kind of sitting out, and then another player on the opposite team. Maybe they were playing well in threes, and the twos. Maybe the two players that played the twos game, maybe they get a little bit weird. Oh my goodness gracious! Love to see this.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a rough one. Flu passing down to Ziz. Passes back to Flu. And honestly, that has to be the best goal.
Yes. That's fine. That's fine. Those are okay. It was 7-3. That's called fun. That's kind of another reason why we're here. I like how you mentioned how that there's a competition with fun. Competition with fun. I would like that you can separate and mix the two at the same time and have a good system going where people are learning, getting better, but at the same time just trying to have a good time. And that's an example, and I'd like to see it. So good job, guys. Good job, Wild. Good job, Jackals. I can't wait for game 3.
Yeah, and then we go to the no fun game mode, which is 3s. I feel like in 2s you have a lot more space. You can breathe, you can relax, you can chill. And now we're going into the gauntlet. We're going back to 3s. This is where both of these teams are very, very evenly matched. The last game only being separated by an own goal. I think there's a theme of the last goal of each game being an own goal, an explicit one at that, and both of them have been for the Wild. So hopefully they can flip that script, maybe make the Jackals own goal for them, and maybe take a game here, because they do not want to go down match point to a team that is cooking as well as the Jackals.
No, oh my gosh, they're doing well again. That first game is one thing. That second game, that 2s game, was could be a statement for the Jackals. Maybe the Wild, this right here, will decide. I mean, obviously, there's still plenty of time with Broccoli, but they could decide some of the mentality and the mental game that comes with the next one. But here we go right off the bat. This is going to be a little bit dangerous for the Wild. Poofy probably could have scored there. I'm not sure if they just decided to that there wasn't enough room there. Flu Arrow taking to the opposite side, able to get this all the way to half field and get themselves out of their own goal to start. We're coming up on 30 seconds. No team has really a good of a footing. Flu Arrow trying to set it in, crossbar down. Ajax, opportunity just not quite there yet again for the Wild.
Yeah, but it's really feeling like it's ramping up. And as I said last time, the momentum doesn't really affect it that much. You're super awkward off of the side of the net. That's not what you want to see. Now there's an opportunity for Sizz. Sizz can't beat them to it. Now Poofy off the ceiling gets the 50, and it goes back to the corner. But this has been a really solid start for the Wild, and this is what they need coming off of a loss.
That was a good fake right there, but they couldn't get a good read by Mayo on that save. Dylan trying to keep it in, not able to get this upfield, unfortunately, as Poofy taking control, sending it to Mayo. Mayo up against the back wall. Can anybody come get it? No, Dylan is there. Mayo trying to keep this in, hit off the ceiling. No, flip reset. Dylan actually going to center it. Yor goes flying into the air as Sizz misses it. Poofy sending it right back in. That's on target. Dylan, no. Denying that one, saving it. Flu Arrow trying to get up there, does get that touch, an extra one, and now they have an opportunity to get maybe something going on their side.
Great opportunity. Unfortunately, Sizz was right there. Now Flu Arrow is going to try for his own. No demos in the backfield. I thought there were maybe a couple of bumps, but now on the other side, Dylan with an incredible save. It's not going to be enough quite yet. Flu being able to save that one away, and it's going to go to the other side. Remember, in the first game, what was really impressive from the Wild was their defense.
Oh my goodness.
Almost a goal there. You're being denied by the sidewall. Still an opportunity for the Wild.
Poofy trying to get a tap off the back wall. Mayo there. Great bump by I think that was Poofy. Yes, it was. Here we go. Watch this replay. Poofy, good hit. Flu arrow in the back, gets sent backwards. And there we go. And it looks like the Jackals are, they're just kind of opening up their game a little bit. The Wild, you know, they still have plenty of time, but they've got to keep their eyes open. It looks like the Jackals are ready here.
Yeah, Dylan gonna try and start something in his own corner. Keeps it there. That goes in front of mid. A little bit dangerous, but now it's gonna be a great counter-attacking opportunity. They have the numbers advantage. Dylan takes it slow in the midfield. It's gonna be turned away, and now Sizz is gonna try and create the counter-attack. Poofy takes control in a low 50. Send it back into the
Got Mayo trying to come up here. That's going to be 50. Yor is right there to get the defensive play. Poofy and Fluer with a good 50. Dylan 50s it, sending it a little bit forward upfield, and a nice clear gets them to get back on defense. Fluer trying for a pass, but Sizz is there. Yor is up. Mayo looking to deflect this out of the way and gets a great clear as Flu Arrow not able to keep this in. Dylan looking to collect it, but Sizz with a great 50. That's going to waterfall down in front of the net. You're able to get this away. Mayo is up from the pass from Poofy, but sends it right back into the corner, giving the Wild a chance to breathe. Yet again, the score still 1-0. What just happened? Sizz with another great save. Sizz has been all over the place all tournament long. Saves, goals, defense, offense. It's been a wonder to see, but there's still time on the clock for the Wild here.
Yeah, and then this game, the story of this entire match has been defense that was super close. These defenses are non-relenting. Not much is being let through. They're just a miss on the back wall. But these defenses have been so good, and right now it's the Jackals' defense's time to shine. And they've been so good. That's off the backboard and in. An unfortunate bounce for the Wild, and Poofy will take this.
You know Flu Arrow did not mean to center that. Flu Arrow was definitely trying to catch that, run it up the wall. Unable to do so. Still plenty of time. There's a minute left in this game. I know it seems like the time is dwindling. I feel like there's an opportunity here for the Wild. They just gotta be, maybe just like every now, I don't know, send it here pretty soon. But with the clock winding down, you know the time and the everything. Sorry. It's going to be harder.
Yeah, you got to imagine, especially for their mental, you got to be thinking how that's a great shot off the backboard and out. It's so unfortunate. But as I was saying, before I was interrupted with that incredible shot, you gotta assume that they're going to be thinking that if they lose this, if they don't get 2 goals in the next 24 seconds, they're going to be on match point going into 2-2, which is not a situation that you want to be in, especially if you're on Jackals' team. It's a really tough situation to be in, and that might be another one. That is definitely game. There's not much time left, and unless a miracle happens, the Wild will be put on match point.
They've had the Wild have had opportunities, especially that game just right there. The defense for the Jackals has been on point. So I don't want to take anything away from the Jackals as to how good their defense is, but the Wild have had opportunities, and some where the Jackals had no chance to save it, and unfortunately were not able to send it home. And it just, like, the Jackals defense is always there. It seems like there's always like something going on, like the Jackals are inside your head when you're playing. But match point, this makes it a little rough. United Rogue's got to be pretty excited, but if you're the Wild, you do not want to see this.
Yeah, and I feel like a sweep would not do justice to how evenly matched these teams are. And right now, realistically, the only thing that is separating them is the Jackals have slightly better defense. And just slightly, because the Wild have had really good defense too. It's just been a couple of off touches from them that have allowed the Jackals to really get out in front. And the tough thing about leading with your defense is it has to be perfect. Defense has to be perfect. Offense doesn't necessarily have to live up to the same standard. And now we're going to really need to see the Wild bring something that they haven't shown yet in twos, because this is not a situation you want to be in. And if you lose this one, you get swept in the finals. And we will see what they can bring in here as we get into game number 4.
Oh, the Poofy going up for this already off the kickoff. Flu Arrow sending it in. That was a good 50 by Dylan. This is going to be taken by Poofy. Dylan decides not to challenge fast enough, and Poofy right off the bat, 13 seconds in. Jackals have a 1-0 lead, but I'm going to say this. It's an early goal. You never know what's going to happen the rest of the game.
Yeah, but if you're on the Wild, you just cannot allow that. That cannot happen. Dylan just hard cheated up, trying to get some kind of 50, but it was not possible the entire time, and just was a little bit careless with that challenge. An easy air dribble will be tied up. Dylan corrects, makes his amends, and the Wild will tie this one up.
This is a good fake by Flu Arrow right there, letting it go. Sizz got stalled by the double tap fake attempt and gave Dylan a chance just to run up there, or fly up there, if you will. They don't usually run in here. They gave Dylan a chance to get up there. Good play, good read, and that's exactly what they need right off the bat. And that answer, Ajax, is... Oh, Poofy getting that save just before I say anything. That answer is exactly what they needed to maybe get a little confidence.
Yeah, I think one thing that we have to remember is it wasn't the start of their last 2 games that really screwed them up. It was the end. So they need to continue going as hard as they can. They need to continue building confidence, making the right touches, because in the beginning of the last one, it was very, very even. It was tied for the majority of the game, but then all of a sudden the Jackals found something that they hadn't before, and the Wild just kind of let them stomp all over them. Now Poofy is going to try and start that again, takes it low, and Dylan is there to save it away.
Oh, we got a possible relatively 2v1 situation. Fleur with a great demo. Great job by Poofy. Luckily, they spawned at the right side that they needed to get that save on. Oh, sometimes the spawns just go your way. That time it did. Opportunity for the Wild, just not able to get it, but they still have the ball inside the zone. Poofy and Dylan, they're playing some mind games with each other. Demo by Poofy on the back end. Dylan having to come, trying to do something here. Poofy trying to demo Fleur, can't do it. Sizz gets beat by Dylan here. Great job. Fleur trying to beat Poofy, kind of does. Trying to go back wall. Opportunity for Dylan to come in. Sizz is there and gets the save, and a chance again for the Wild, but good defense yet again. Fleur trying to get in. Sizz yet again trying to transfer to you, Ajax, and Sizz says absolutely not. There's too much action going on.
Yeah, and one thing that's made the Jackals very impressive, that's again another tough one, doesn't want me to speak at all.
No.
No, one thing that's made the Jackals very deadly is they have complete trust themselves and each other. That was, again, off the backboard, so close. But they have complete trust in each other. We saw it a couple of drives ago where we just saw one of them just fully go up, steal some boost, make a demo, and had full faith in the other one that nothing bad was going to happen, that they were going to take care of it and make sure that it did not go in their net. And it worked out, and that is something that's made this team very deadly. The trust is just there.
Yes, Dylan coming off the side wall, trying to get something going. Gets a little bit of a nice touch. Demoed for the troubles. Flu gets beat by Sizz. Dylan coming back, passes back to Poofy a little too hard. Dylan not able to get in front of that one and send that to the open net. Poofy taking that side boost, coming off the wall, looking for a flip reset. Does, but Flu Arrow, great bump. Dylan taking over this ball, but Sizz is able to read that as Dylan turns away with Flu Arrow, sending this to the corner, giving the Wild a chance to breathe for a second here. Poofy beating Flu Arrow. Dylan have to come off the wall. Not able to beat Sizz. Flu Arrow sending it upfield. Awkward time here. Poofy is able to get a great touch here. Flu Arrow with a good touch, and Dylan sending it home, and there we go. The Wild needing this one, taking a 2-1 lead.
And that was a great offensive pressure and a great pinch from Flu Arrow. It's so tough to get that kind of power and that kind of placement from that angle, and they do exactly what they need, and that is what puts the Wild up by 1. Now, this is not a safe lead in the slightest. We saw the Jackals come back from this exact scoreline last Tuesday, so they're going to need to keep going hard, but it may make them be able to breathe a little bit.
Yes, Dylan coming across to Flu Arrow. Flu Arrow stole that corner boost and was able to get a play on it. That was good read right there. Flu Arrow is actually 50ing Sizz on their goal line. Very aggressive play. Minute to go in this game. Dylan sending it back in. Sizz having to hit it. Flu Arrow coming up, not able to read that one. And a little bit danger here for the Wild here, as the Jackals have been known to do some damage on the offensive side, but they're able to weather the storm as of right now and get a clear by Flu Arrow. We're coming up on 30 seconds to go here, Ajax. The Jackals needing something to go on their side to end this series, but right now the Wild, they've got a little bit of momentum on their side.
That's gonna be into the midfield. Sizz with the shot, saved away by Flu Arrow, absolutely clutching up when they needed him most. Now they're gonna get one last drive. With 15 seconds coming and going, they're gonna need to make a full court push. That's a good first touch. Dylan is up for that. Puts it not where they wanted. Sizz on the backboard, cannot find it, can't even find the touch to their teammate, and the Wild will straight by the skin of their teeth and bring this game to at least a 5th win.
Yes, I'm going to say hindsight is 50-50, and right now, Poofy, I would say in that end result right there, just a little too far up. Maybe if they had enough boost, opportunity to get that last one in, but again, that's just what happens when you're lucky enough to see it from afar and not have to worry about playing and using your hands and thinking at the same time. I just have to sit here and talk, so get that luxury. That being said, this is a good series. I can't wait to see what the Wild have coming up. They're technically, we called it their strength, if you will, the threes game. I don't know. That's do the Jackals respond, or the Wild have something else in it? They have enough. They've got a lot of gas in their tank.
I think this is exactly where the Wild want to be. I mean, not the series score, but going into threes. I think they much prefer threes. We've seen that with 2 very, very close games in threes. I think they've looked a lot more consistent, a lot more solid in it. Here, even though they did take the win, it's a little bit closer than they maybe would have liked, with a couple of times where they just left some goals on the table, and they cannot afford to do that in threes. I like their offense way better in threes, and if they can go back to that oppressive pressure on the front half, then they have a really good chance of taking this.
Ooh, I don't like that. That got a little scary for the Wild there. Sizz trying to pop off in the beginning. Mayo keeping that ball in the corner on a 50. Sizz reading Dylan and winning that one. Flu Arrow stopping it in. Mayo trying to send it upfield. It goes to the side. Sizz trying to make a play on it. A little bit awkward here. Poofy able to get this into the corner with Yor barreling down. That's going to be a center. Flu Arrow can't beat Sizz to that ball. Dylan trying to come up, leaving it for Yor. Yor, unfortunately, hitting the back wall, not able to get that down too far underneath the ball. An opportunity for the Wild to open up the scoring, not able to do it. Still trying to center it as Sizz clears it out there, Ajax.
The Wild are going all out in this game number 5, and I am loving it. They're sending all 3 forward. That might not be a great situation, but Dylan with a great touch to push it upfield and clear some of that pressure. But they're showing that they're willing to send all 3, that they're not scared of an off clear ending up in their goal. They're just not scared at all, and I don't know if that's going to be a benefit or a detriment, but we will definitely find out in the next 4 months.
Mayo with a good demo, but unfortunately Sizz backwards hit, not meaning to do that. Mayo, great save. Flu Arrow keeping them honest. Great pass from Dylan to Yor. Yor not able to read that. That was an opportunity, definitely, to open the scoring. Would have taken a great save. And there's the transition goal. And this is sometimes what happens. You don't get back in time from an opportunity you feel like you should have had.
And they go all out, and it hurts them badly. Mayo having the free shot, just a little bit contested, but they were easily going to beat them out. And now the Jersey Jackals just need to hold on for 3.5 minutes to take the championship home. That's a very tall order, especially with the Wild having so much offensive prowess and pressure. But that is something that they will definitely be looking to do.
Ooh, I feel like that was an opportunity. Sizz sending it up to Poofy. Poofy not able to send it back down. Dylan able to beat Sizz's 50 attempt, but not Poofy's. And Flu Arrow sends it right back in. Now Wild have a chance to collect themselves. You're trying to challenge Mayo. Mayo pinching it against the wall. Poofy demoing Flu Arrow. Dylan having to do something with this. Sizz patiently taking this ball. Mayo with a demo in the back end against Flu Arrow yet again. Dylan having to go up and can't do it as Sizz scores. What offensive play. The Jackals are on fire.
Yeah, their physical play has really been shown in these last 2 threes games. It's just looked so dominant. They're getting rid of all the possible defenders and then just scoring the open nets. It's looking really great. We saw a couple of demos there, and that will set them up with this insurance goal that they desperately needed. Now it's going to be the Jackals trying to extend their lead into the corner. Sizz is not going to be able to get the bump, so it's going to go to Mayo. Mayo takes the shot. That's off the backboard. Arrow tries to 50 it out and does just good enough to keep it out for them.
Dylan beating Mayo and Sizz. Some of an opportunity. Sizz can't demo Flu Arrow. Unfortunately, Sizz is able to beat Dylan on that one. Poofy sending it into the corner. Awkward for everybody. Poofy can't quite read that one or didn't have enough boost. Mayo trying to send it in. Can't do that one yet again as Flu Arrow going to take control of this ball. Sending it up. Sizz with a great 50 hitting in the corner as Mayo moving it forward. Poofy trying to get it up as Flu Arrow sending it right back in. Mayo controlling it. Wasting a little bit of time now. We're under 2 minutes. Dylan coming off the ceiling. Flu Arrow off the back wall. A little bit of a miss here. Mayo is able to send it to the opposite side. An opportunity yet again for the Wild. Just not fast enough as the Jackals reading everything and sending it right back in with a save of Flu Arrow. An opportunity from Poofy, and it gets put in cleanup by Mayo. Oof.
Oof, that was an intense push. Poofy trying to get that shot. Got all 3 to bite. And Mayo was there to clean it up, reel in the fish, and get the 3rd goal. Only a minute and a half left to go, and the Jackals are dominating. There's no other word for it. The Wild haven't been able to find any openings for a very, very long time, and it is not boding well for them. Now Mayo's going to try and get their 4th because, you know, they're never going to be satisfied with any lead. A great demo off the backboard. Mayo having adverse touch that they definitely did not want, but they're still going to have some pressure.
It was a good save by Yor. They need something to go their way right now. Flu Arrow sending it in. Dylan letting Yor take it. Yor sending it in, but Mayo says, I don't care what you want. I'm all over the place. Mayo taking this one yet again, beating Yor. Flu Arrow going up, needing something good to happen, but Poofy says, no, we are your nightmares right now. The Jackals all over the Wild. Less than 40 seconds on the clock. 3-0, looking for a goose egg on the scoreboard, as you know that they're looking for no goals.
Yeah, the Wild need even more than a miracle, as now we are within 30 seconds. They are down 3, and dare I say it, it looks like the Jackals are going to win this one out. 15 seconds comes and goes, and it's just a formality from now on. The Jackals will be your Community Clash champions as Flu Arrow puts one more in. 6 seconds left. There is not much of a hope.
No, but I do like the fight. Again, I love how that teams don't give up. There's still 6 seconds on the clock. I'm actually interested to see what they do on the kickoff. Maybe just send all 3 at the same time and not care what happens. But never really know.
Nothing special.
Yeah, nothing special. It doesn't matter. Sizz coming off the wall, looking for a pass to Mayo. Dylan says no, but it's to Poofy, and your Poofy winning this one. We're looking for that exclamation point, and we. I was going to say we don't get it, but we could have, and there we go. The Jackals win the Community Clash of United Rogue. Congratulations. You guys did wonderful. It was a great series, but Jackals are definitely the champions.
Yeah, both of these teams deserve to be in the finals, but the Jersey Jackals were the one to finish this tournament off with an exclamation point, putting up an incredible showing here in the finals, only giving the Wild team one single game. Just such a great showing. The Jackals, huge congrats.
Yes. Oh, gosh. I believe what we're probably going to do here is be giving it back to, let me check to make sure I am not crazy, Rhino Boy. they're going to be going to the interview room soon, but I would like to say before we do, thank you to everybody in chat. Congratulations to the winners. I thank you to everybody who participated. And I got to say, Ajax, thanks for an awesome cast with me. Great weekend. And please feel free to say something before we give it back to Rhino.
Yeah, it was great to bookend this tournament with you. We started it out the first match. We got to call it together. And now we're getting to call the championship, the Jackals. What a show. And thank you so much to our incredible production, because they did wonderful. There's so much work there, but that's all I got to say for now.
All right, Rhino, take it away. Thank you very much.
What an incredible grand final. Fought tooth and nail between the two United Rogue teams who started their journey here in the Community Clash just yesterday. Absolutely unbelievable. Congratulations to the Jersey Jackals, your first ever Community Clash champions. And I have their captain with me on the desk for an interview. Sizz, it feels like just a moment ago we were sat in this exact same interview room and I was talking to you about winning the semi-finals. You're now here as grand champions of the Community Clash. How does that sound?
That's pretty cool, you know. Nice talking to you again, Rhino. But yeah, I mean, it's pretty surreal feeling. But you know, at the end of the day, got the work done, and it's pretty cool to take this one home for you. Well, it was going to UR either way, but you know, it's good to take this one for Jersey.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. I want to talk to you first about what does winning the Community Clash actually mean to you and your team?
I mean, honestly, it's just another game for us to show how good we were this season, and I feel like we had a lot of confidence coming in. We really wanted to make UR proud, you know, and just getting to play this, compete in this, and show that, you know, not just UR but Jersey from UR is on top, and it's a pretty cool feeling.
And they certainly are. There's no doubt about that. Obviously, we had this discussion just before the game, but I kind of want to talk to you what happened when you went into that VC preparing to play against your league rivals in the grand final of a tournament like this. What was the vibe like for you guys?
I was drinking some water. I kind of was on Twitter for a minute there, just browsing some Rocket League news, and we were all just kind of having some chill talks and just waiting for it, you know. Waited for it, waited some more, and then I don't really think any of us were nervous. We were just here to have fun, and definitely had some fun.
Definitely had some fun. There's no doubt about that. And conversely, after that Game 5 victory, how were the VC then? How was the comms then, having realized that you just done it? You just won the Community Clash.
Well, to be honest, I feel like me, Poofy, and Mayo are not the like emotional type. We were just kind of like nice.
Nice boys, go next.
It's one of those things that like we don't really outwardly express it, but I mean, you know, it's pretty cool. You know, we were excited to get it done. I kind of wanted to keep going, to be honest, because those were just fun games. But yeah, it's kind of like nice.
Absolutely, they look super fun to play for sure. I want to ask you a question about the event in general. Community Clash, how have you found playing this weekend? What did you specifically enjoy, and maybe is there something that you would change if we were to ever do this again?
I love the format. Switching between 3s and 2s, you know, kind of gave me Gamers 8 vibes. I think at some point maybe 1v1s would be cool. Just to really, because I just love the Gamers 8 format. I think it's an awesome thing to see. But I mean, I loved it. I'd love to see more teams get to play in this. Eventually, if you know Chris and all the league owners are able to keep running this, I'd love to see them branch out with like, you know, tournaments or even potentially like lower level leagues, so everyone gets a chance to play in this. 'Cause, I mean, it's just a lot of fun, and it's a lot of fun to get the communities together to watch this and see everyone just, you know, play some Rocket League, hash it out, and have some bragging rights.
And bragging rights you certainly do have. I want to talk to you about those bragging rights for a moment, because you guys went the entire tournament with only dropping one single game, and that game was in the grand finals against your league rivals. I mean, how does that affect your confidence moving forwards into the next United Rogue season?
I mean, it's definitely a booster. You know, finally a grand finals that I didn't choke in. But I'm not gonna lie, like when they won that last game, I started getting flashbacks of getting reverse swept. My first grand finals, I got a little nervous there for a minute, but no, it's definitely a confidence booster. You know, no secret that Poofy and I are running it back this season, and it's just fun to get some games in, some practice in. I'm hoping to hold on to Mr. Mayo, but we're gonna see how that works out. But I mean, yeah, it's just a confidence booster to come back, play some good Rocket League, have some fun.
Yeah. Are you and Poofy ever gonna not run it back? Is it is there a foreseeable future where that happens?
I mean, one day when I get like to Alex's age, Hydro's age, you know, I might hang up the sticks and just become like a GM or a captain. But I mean, me and Poofy still got some years in us. You know, I don't think we're retiring anytime soon. So we'll just have to see what the future holds. You know.
Certainly proved that today. Final question for you, Sis. On what socials can we find you guys bragging about this victory?
Well, I don't know, Mayo and Poofy, if you're watching this, you might want to DM your socials real quick, because I don't think they're very active either. But Twitter, you can find me. Twitter, you can find me at Sizcast, 3Zs. Yeah, I'm not the other Sis guys. Relax. Sizcast on Twitter, and my Twitch is just AOSiz. I stream like every now and then, every year or so. But yeah, that's about all I got.
There you go. And I hope those socials are absolutely filled with joy and bragging about the victory here in the Community Clash. Jersey were 4-1 victors in our grand final over the Vancouver Wild. Thank you so much for joining us, Sis. Congratulations again.
Yeah, thank you guys. Thank you for running this, for hosting this. It was a lot of fun to watch, and I hope we get to have some more in the future.
Absolute pleasure. Well, let's hope we do get to run some in the future. Congratulations for one final time to the Jersey Jackals for winning the first ever Community Clash. They make it so that United Rogue has bragging rights in North American Community Rocket League, as well as Vancouver Wild for making it to the grand finals as well. What an event we've had. A couple of thank yous that we need to make before we sign off. First of all, thank you to our casters across the entire weekend. Bass Radala, KG Fan, Chris with a K, Pandy, Chaos, Pyr Squared, and Ajax, of course. A special thank you also goes out to Chris with a K, without whom this event would never have taken place. He has organized this event for all of our enjoyment, and it certainly lived up to every single one of our expectations. He's been putting so much work in behind the scenes to this tournament. He was even a match official for today behind the scenes as well. Go and show him some love, because he really smashed it this weekend, no doubt about that. Another thank you goes out to our streamer, Original Thor, who has been with us every single minute of the last 2 days in our VCs and doing some amazing work. He is the main man behind the production for the Community Clash, as well as the main man for production behind the FDL. And we are so thankful that he is, because he is always incredibly reliable. What a guy. Also, thank you to Grandma for stepping in yesterday and acting as a match admin for the games. We didn't have one. We were starting to struggle a little bit for someone to come in and help us out. Grandma stepped up to the plate, and it was really amazing to work with her, and she was just amazing for the entire stream. So thank you very much for that. Thank you so much to the players, because obviously they have put on an incredible show. They've shown amazing Rocket League, so many flicks, so many tricks, and it's been entertaining from minute one to the final minute. So thank you so much to every single player for coming in and playing your heart out for this incredible event. We're also going to thank our communities, of course, who are part of the Community Clash: United Rogue, Minor League Esports, Rocket Soccer Confederation, and Frontier Doubles League. Again, getting a load of people organized for one big event is so difficult, so tricky to do, but we've been able to do it as a community, as a group, and we could not be more thankful for each and every one of you. And of course, our final gratitude, our final thank you goes to every single viewer of the Community Clash this weekend. This event only takes off if we have good viewer numbers. And my goodness, did we have some good viewer numbers over this weekend. And that is all credit to the amount of stock that our viewers put in to this event. Whether you've been with us for one game or whether you've been with us across the entire weekend, we applaud you, we salute you. Thank you so much for showing your support, both in chat, online, on socials. It means absolutely the world to us. And with that said, that is absolutely everything. One more time, your grand final champions of the Community Clash, the Jersey Jackals. Thank you so much for watching. I am sure we will be back, but for now, this moment has come to an end. We will see you when the next one begins. Take care.